And Colin is a dumb chill for liking
Yes,
that game.
yes.
Yes, yeah, I mean, I think that's a smart place to start. Let's not break the ice too early.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the thing that was kind of, I guess, a bit surprising when I saw the response that there was a lot of focus on like Spider-Man 2, because I thought like, well, I thought at least publicly I've made my position clear that I think the story for that game is pretty
Publicly.
bad. Publicly, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear even in that video that about Spider-Man, not having a backbone that you made. It's clear that you don't like the sequels, but I was like it was more so like me focusing on like why why the second game is what it is because of the seeds that were sowed in the first game, and that was the point that I was trying to make. Really, the whole rebuttal to SK thing that came in the title that came after. So I was like, well, I mean, he's in the video. I gotta like if I don't put him in the title, then what's even the point?
Gotcha, yeah. I mean, I would say that it's kind of hard to say where their game plan was as early as Marvel Spider-Man 1, because they did, like, change the writing team, and I do think if they had the same writers as the first game, things would have turned out much differently for the second game. But who knows, like, even good writers can fall off at times, so, like, yeah, who knows how it could have turned out.
Well,
But yeah, I just wouldn't say it's necessarily fair to, I guess, go after the first game for the faults of the second game. Not necessarily, in relation to you. There's a lot of people in general who do that, so that was kind of like the larger motivation for the video. It seemed like a lot of people were kind of retroactively trying to trash on the first game because they didn't like how things were turning out for Insomniac. So I thought,
yeah.
why not talk about the first game, what they did right.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I think the first game did get quite a few things right. It's just I mean, like the MJ thing. I mean, I won't get in too deep into that just yet. But like, like MJ isn't. Uh, what's the good way to describe the whole girl next door as they describe it, right? It's like she's not. Like in the second game, she's not how you would describe the girl next door. In my opinion, it's I don't know. I guess it's just where when you achieve your dreams, they don't live up to your expectations. I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I just think Insomniac. There are problems with the first game that retroactively. Yeah, I do notice. So.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we can get into the first game then, with that said. Now that we got all out of the way, like, yeah, Marvel Spider-Man 2, that's the trash one. um,
These days.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So in relation to Marvel Spider-Man 1, I think the first thing that was talked about was the scene with Silver Sable, and how it seemed to think that he doesn't have a backbone when he's up against Sable because he gets, like, kicked down or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'd say to that is that I think it's the equivalent of a grown adult who's letting, like, an 8-year-old kid just hit him over and over again. It's like, yeah, we're trying to... Obviously, you should stand up if the kid is acting up, misbehaving. But, like, you can take a hit, like, relatively speaking, and this is, like, Spider-Man we're talking about.
I guess the thing is though with that analogy that it's I don't know, in this case the kid kind of threw the adult to the ground, so that's what I would disagree on. I mean, realistically, I would say in any other Spider-Man story that should be the case, but that I didn't get that impression watching that cutscene. So
Well, it was kind of a combination of Peter underestimating Sable and her basically retaliating, because what he was trying to do in the scene was he was trying to whip the guns just so he would take it from her hands, and he didn't really expect her to pull him down like that, which caught him off guard, and that's how he was able to get in position to get kicked down like that. And, like, he
yeah,
could have just, like, went all out afterwards, but that wasn't what his intentions were, so I wouldn't say that's him losing the fight or anything.
yeah, as I said, it's been a while since I've got to like get back into the mindset of when I was making the video. The the cutscene itself, I just like as a whole, like I just don't like it. So it's just like I wouldn't like this is the whole like I would have done it differently argument, right? But it's just like I don't know. It feels like a cutscene that otherwise didn't like it didn't need to exist. But like that's a separate thing. It does exist. So, but
I don't know if I would
it,
agree with that because I think there's a level to which you have to address the mix-up between Sable International and Spider-Man. A big problem is that they don't function the same. They're actively at odds with each other. They're like causing all these explosions. They have this very flawed plan. They want Spider-Man to be left out of it. Spider-Man doesn't agree with the way they're going about it. Their methods are a lot more extreme. So we do need some kind of scene where they, there's a consequence to their actions and they go into conflict because of it. So I guess, like, I don't know why cutting the scene would be beneficial to the story. I think it would make the scene feel a bit incomplete.
to be honest, it's just a cutscene I don't really care for. It's not really. I mean, like even in my video, I kind of just take the time to like make fun of it rather than actually dissect, what I think is wrong with it. Just because like it is just it's to me it's just like Spider-Man underestimating, I don't know what you'd call them, someone who could stand in his way for what he thinks is right, and I have no strong feelings about it either way. It was just like watching your video. It was just funny to mock the scene for what it is at face value.
Okay. But like I think we would understand that there is context that doesn't make it a situation where Spider-Man is just lacking in a backbone. Like he's still standing for what he believes in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. With the whole doctor, what was his name again?
Dr. Michaels?
That's it. Yeah, he I think I still stand by the whole like what did I say that he had to remind Spider-Man of his morals. Weird wording, but I just think that he it probably would have escalated if he hadn't stepped in, and that's like I think that's probably the bigger issue I have with the cutscene as a whole, really.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a case of Dr. Michaels having to remind Spider-Man of where his morality should lie. It's more so a case of him being the neutral party here, so it's easier for him to step in and get them to stop fighting, because he's the person of interest in the situation. As far as Spider-Man's willingness to de-escalate, he, in the scene, is very clearly willing to de-escalate. He doesn't get told, like, oh, you need to stop because, you shouldn't start fights with people. The reason he's saying that is so he can be the one to stop the fight, because he's the person of interest. Like, it's not a matter of, oh, Peter, this is where your morality should lie. That's more so like what we get from, like, Aunt May and how she teaches Peter morality.
Yeah, the only what was it you I think even you said it in your video that he would only respond like with aggression when absolutely necessary and then my point was that he disarmed her when she pulled her weapons out, and I called that an escalation when she herself had already escalated the situation. But
well, I would say that would be the de-escalation attempt, because she's pulling guns on him.
Yeah, I mean that would be my argument too. Is that he was de-escalating. I mean but at least an attempt at de-escalation, but it only kind of led to escalation, which is like a sort of a lack in hindsight, but that he had in that moment, which but.
Somewhat.
Yeah,
I mean, I think, like, looking at it from, what would Sable do in that situation if she's pointing guns at him? I mean, she probably would have tried to get him to submit and back off, which, if he just submits to that, then he can't really help save the day.
No, I'm not saying he should at least submit to that. Look, I mean, I don't. Look, I'm not a professional writer, so I don't have the best idea of how the scene would have played out, or how people in general would have liked it. I just I just think like in the context of like the video you were making where it's arguing that he has a backbone and that he's not overly aggressive because he only uses violence if necessary. But I just think that in that situation that you showed as an example, he escalates the situation, even if he doesn't mean to, and Dr. Michaels, if he wasn't there, then like who's to say where it would have gone after that point. So
I mean, I would just assume that if she kicks him down, then Peter's gonna be a lot more assertive. I think he was just gonna stand in front of her and just be like, make another move, see what happens, and whatever she tries, I think Spider-Man would lock in more and make sure to counter her like a lot more, I guess, strictly this time around. Like he's not gonna be playing with as much kid gloves in that situation.
well, I assume not, no. But it's just an example of like I'm just saying that he in a situation where he attempted to de-escalate it didn't he didn't succeed is sort of the main point that I'm trying to make. Even if like after the point he would knuckle down.
Well, yeah, there's no guarantee that he'll always succeed. The larger point I was trying to make though is that this is indicating that he has a backbone in that situation.
I guess it is an example of him having a backbone in that situation, but in the context of him using violence when absolutely necessary, it just like again my point is that his actions led to a situation where it would lead to violence even when he wasn't intending for it to lead to violence, which is
it'd be a situation of like him trying to defend himself.
Yes,
like he didn't like start a fight with her or anything. It's like she pulled the guns, he retaliated because she could just shoot them at any moment, and it was just meant to disarm.
It's just.
I'm just not sure what Spider-Man's supposed to do in that situation. That's my take.
Yeah.
I mean, he's I think like if he's getting like shot at, then he should fight back. But my point is that like his attempt to de-escalate the situation by disarming her only led to him underestimating her and further escalating the situation. And that's it's not so much having him not having a backbone. With my video, when I said this is him literally not having a backbone, that was me just saying like, bro fumbled because his spine is made of gelatin or something. But that's just a joke. But the main point is that like he made an attempt to de-escalate and it didn't succeed, and it led to an escalation. Without Dr. Michaels, it probably would have gotten a lot worse.
Potentially. I'm not sure how it would have played out. But I guess like that. I would just say like that doesn't necessarily refute what I was saying in the video. So I don't know. I guess we could just move on to the next point if we agree on that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we talked about Peter like making fun of Sable, saying the mayor has a pet army now. What was the disagreement with that? I forget.
I don't think there really was a disagreement. It was just it was the same thing with like the based Otto bit clip. It was just like it's just a throwaway joke.
Okay.
I was just me trying to like show your video in context without trying to remove stuff and seeming like I was, like,
that's fair.
You.
So. Yeah, okay, so if it is a joke, then I'll just like skip over it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you made the video, so you probably have a decent memory of it. So, what would be the next disagreement with the video I made?
Lord. I think. See, I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell what was just. I'm forgetting what was just jokes and what was like an actual point. Because, after the 1 second, I'll just whip up my video and skim through.
Yeah, I'm kind of skimming. I think there was a point about Martin Lee, how he confronts him in the scene.
Oh yeah, that one. To be honest, that relies on me having like memory of like what happened in the first game, and in that regard, with like that segment and like Martin Lee's whole thing, it kind of like blurs out my memory. I even tried playing the first game in preparation for this discussion we're doing, but in all honesty, I couldn't even finish through it. I remember the auto stuff, I remember the MJ stuff, and I remember all of the Sinister Six and like Otto's downfall, but I don't I don't really remember the Martin Lee stuff, I'm gonna be honest. So that was just like, I don't know, rage bait.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess there were some more points made about MJ's character in the game. If we want to go over that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Somehow, but yeah.
Yeah.
So I think what did you say about MJ? Because my stance is that MJ is in the first game, she's she's not like exactly what I would call girlfriend material. She is like, more of an ex than she is like a current girlfriend that you'd want to get back with. At least that's how I feel.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I don't think I heard the last sentence.
Oh, sorry. Just that, like, to me, she isn't like the girl next door, or a girl, an ex that you'd want to get back with. It's more of like just like a bitter ex that you probably have more of negative memories of than positive ones, essentially.
I mean, it really depends. I think, yeah, of course they got into conflict and that led to them splitting, but I mean, I'm not sure that would result in, oh, well, I have more bad memories of her than good memories.
Yeah, I'm being a bit more just joking when I say that, but it's to me it just seems like an MJ and Peter that had issues and broke up. I feel like that's just not something that I'm all for. It might be more like realistic or whatever, but it kind of takes away from the magic, I guess, if for lack of a better word.
What do you mean, like, the magic? Do you mean, like, the...
Yeah, it was a weird, like, as in, like, the the idealism of it, like, the whole, you want to see Peter and MJ be together, and you want to see him get through things, but it's like when they've gone through a breakup, and I mean, that's where the game starts, so we don't even really know, like, I mean, we know, like, what from what she infers throughout the game, but like their relationship previously, we really kind of only know why they broke up, and that's sort of what I'm left with. So it's just like, I guess that's what I mean when I say, I'm more left with a negative feeling about her than a positive one, because yeah.
Well, I mean, the whole ideal of Peter and MJ getting together is something we get at the end of the game. I think the reason they wanted to make it so they weren't together at first is so they actually have to work through the conflict before we can really achieve that payoff with them. And I mean, I don't think it's just a matter of making it more realistic. I also think it's a matter of making the story more compelling. So there's like more going on with the characters, and that's the way they chose to do it. If it's not to your taste, I mean, that's fine. Everybody has their own taste, but I would say it works within the context of the story.
I mean, yeah, that's
What are we talking about again?
MJ's character.
Oh, well, like, what exactly is the problem again?
I just don't like that, they split up. That's that it's pretty. That's it's as simple as that, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like, I'm guessing by now, like, you understand like why it's in the story, how it makes sense, and like you're not saying it's a problem.
So what was that? Sorry, that last
You're not
part?
saying it's like a story problem.
I'm not saying it's a story problem in general, but as like a MJ and Peter love story, I don't know, I guess I'm just more for the whole working to get the girl instead of working to get back the girl, you know what I mean? I guess that, if I could put it like that.
Okay. Um, let's see. What else am I scrolling through in the video? Yeah. Any other disagreements that came to mind?
Yeah, I think it was was it the Miles thing where he's going where Peter's gallivanting. I think I even said that word where he's gallivanting off to Spain to or not Spain. It was Simcaria.
Yeah, Simcaria.
Yeah, how he leaves Miles like even though like it's I can't even really remember what the disagreement was, what that was, to be honest.
Um, yeah, I can't really remember either.
So,
It was a
yeah,
smaller point in the grander scheme of things. I guess what I'd ask at this point is like, so would you agree with like the overall thesis that he does have a backbone before Marvel Spider-Man 2 specifically?
I would just argue. I mean, that's the point of my video. Is that he did have a backbone, but him having a backbone was a problem. That was the inherent issue. That and
Somewhat. I somewhat see what you're saying with that. I would say that the game is aware that he can have, too much of one when he's standing for a flawed idea. But in general, I don't think they're trying to say that he shouldn't have a backbone. Obviously, Marvel Spider-Man 2 changes that quite a bit. But in the first game, like, even by the end of it, he still stands in his beliefs to against Black Cat, against Yuri. And he saves the entire city by letting his aunt die. I would say that's him having a strong moral backbone. He's not willing to compromise his morality just to save someone he loves. Yeah.
I think the thing I want to say is, I think that premise for a video is actually kind of a smart idea because, in retrospect, there's a lot of things we should consider because it's like, how the fuck did we get Spider-Man 2? Like, genuinely, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is so insane after the first game how we got such a dog shit like continuation. And there might be like credence to like what you're saying. I think what's weird is that you decided to respond to SK's video that didn't really have anything to do with that.
The reason SK is so prominent in my video is because the reason I came to that conclusion is because I saw SK's video in like in my recommended. I saw it and I was like, oh, what's this? And then I watched it, and I was like, to be honest, it kind of just feels like, I mean, they're condemning his backbone, and this is just like a build up to how 2 exists, because 2. Like, I'm not saying 2 would exist exactly how it does with if it had the same writers as the first game, but what I am saying is that the writers of the first game were sowing seeds for like parts of what makes Spider-Man 2 story so bad. And I whether they would have done it better or they would have like hit it well or done it worse, I don't know. That's like a complete hypothetical what if scenario, but that's sort of my point. Like, even the first writers from the first game.
I would say maybe there's a point to be made about like the higher ups at Insomniac. Maybe you could say that because that would be more consistent with Spider-Man 2. But the writing team specifically, I'm not sure I would say that because I think the attitude is different across Spider-Man 1 versus Spider-Man 2. Like, he feels like a completely different character, like even in just like the way he talks or the way he I don't know, expresses himself with other characters.
Well, what confused me most about the video is that a lot of your counters to his points is that it's flawed that he has a backbone in a lot of these occasions, when SK's whole point in the video is to respond to morons who were saying that Spider-Man in that game doesn't have enough meaningful flaws or a black backbone. It's like you were responding to something completely different, and you were kind of like calling SK an idiot for not making arguments that would suit your point when it had nothing to do with it. It was just very strange.
No, I mean, my again, really the reason SK is, as I said, makes a show in my video so much is because I got like the notion that the first game condemned his backbone, and I was just thinking like, well, I mean, like SK's video is pretty perfect for my point. I mean, like I'll just make it seem like a response video because my channel's tiny, so like I've got to try and make it interesting for people so that I can grow an audience. But so yeah, and then with SK's video, it was like I wasn't so much responding to him debunking Spider-Man not having a backbone because I mean I think people who are saying he never had a backbone are also idiots because yeah they are. He did have a backbone, but
Yep.
I just came to the idea that it was a bad idea. I mean, it was a bad thing for him to have a backbone in the way that he had in the first game.
I would just say that's an unfortunate side effect of Spider-Man 2 because what it seems like is that they think Peter needs to be, I guess, lighter and more calm when it comes to like heavy moral disagreements he has. Like I think a good example of this is, which I briefly showed in the video, but Miles was basically ignoring the Spider-Man oath during like the scene where Martin Lee was escaping with Craven. And he was basically ignoring all those people when Peter was saying, hey, I need your help, I need your help. And he completely ignored that, and people almost died because of that. Like, that should cause Peter to get really mad. Like, he should get mad at that. He should be really hammering in, like, you almost let people die. That's unacceptable. If this happens again, somebody else could die. That would be, like, very sensitive to Peter, and the fact that he doesn't hammer home on this, that's a huge problem for his character. I feel like if we had the writers of the first game, you would have him saying, like, why did you do this? You know, what made you think you could just ignore all of those people? Like, he would be a lot more stern, because that's what we got in the first game, when people would make mistakes or step out of line. So I think, like, it really comes down to a difference in attitude that results in what we got in Spider-Man 2. I think they got the idea that Peter needs to be more, I guess, hand-wavy about mistakes people make. And it results in them conflating, like, understanding why someone would do something versus, I guess, properly condemning what someone does while having the understanding. If that makes sense.
The last part I kind of, like, I tripped over a little bit, but, yeah, I mean, I understand what you're trying to get at, yeah.
Yep.
But I don't know. I think at the end of the day, it's a Sony title, and Sony are gonna, I mean, like, they are gonna demand certain things, and I'm not gonna like say that they demanded Spider-Man be, more of like a bitch. So, but I'm saying that he's like, Insomniac, or whoever the fuck, towers over the developers, that they are gonna say you gotta have this in it. These people are gonna help you, work on certain aspects of it, and they almost certainly did that for the first and second game. Like, what do they call it? Like a consultant firms or something like that. They call them something like, I think it's
Consultant
like
firm.
Sweet
You're talking about
Baby
Sweet
Inc.
Baby?
Oh yes, stuff like
No,
that.
yeah, we.
I think Sweet Baby Inc. is more of like, the most common, popular, face of the problem. But I do think that, like, Sony do just have like certain, like, people working there that also do similar.
Well, it's funny because, like, how at least I learned about Sweet Baby Inc. was through Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League, and I looked into, like,
Suicide Squad and myself.
and myself, yeah. So I looked into it. It's like, what is Sweet Baby Inc? Like, why is this such a huge topic? And then I see, like, apparently, like, they're for consulting to make sure stories are, like, as tight and consistent as possible, something like that. And I'm like, well, they did not do their job with Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad was awful.
Yeah, see, that's interesting because that's not what I've heard. What I hear is that they focus more on like I'm trying to, like, not use words that like they like like that pander to quote unquote modern audiences that.
No, yeah, they definitely have, like, stuff like that as well. I'm just, like, that's what I read when I first read about them. Like, oh, they're trying to make sure narratives are tighter or that they make sense. But it's like, they didn't do that at all.
No, if any, I think it's just a front just for them to put I can say gay stuff. That's not a bad thing. I can say gay, to put gay stuff.
I don't think,
like more.
well, gay is not a bad word, so, You're
No,
allowed to
I
say
don't know. This is the thing with YouTube. I have no
Gay is
clue how.
equivalent of a swear word.
that. Gay is a
Well,
slur.
that's how it's treated on YouTube.
Gay
It's like
is a slur.
you can't talk about certain topics, otherwise YouTube just automatically assumes you're for that topic. So you can't talk about something controversial.
Want me to be the villain? I'll be as villainry as possible.
Yeah, that's why I play Infamous. It's the only game I can be a villain.
I think if Lucas can get away with things he says on YouTube, I think you'll be fine saying gay.
Amazing Lucas.
Yeah, amazing
See,
Lucas.
I don't know much about that guy. That's the thing. Is he primarily a Spider-Man guy?
He's a Spider-Man
No,
fan, yeah, but he's a political guy.
He's primarily a psychopath.
Yeah, he's
Sounds like someone I could get along with.
He's a hilarious psychopath.
I'm
He's
sure we'd get
primarily just unhinged.
along.
But yeah,
Anyway.
yeah, setting that aside. I mean, yeah, I don't know how much stock I would put into Sweet Baby because of like the consulting they did in Marvel's Spider-Man 2. It could be a case of like either Sweet Baby gave like bad ideas or Sweet Baby looked over their ideas and didn't realize the problems with them. In either case, like I don't think that's good. But yeah.
So I don't know. I think it just comes down to like what we personally believe Sweet Baby Inc. to be. I mean, like I just see it as like they say, all right, put a trans flag here, put a Muslim there, and maybe a gay couple here. Like that's how I view them. But obviously, we have different ideas of what they actually do. But
I mean, even if they did do that, like I don't think that would really be the cause of the bad writing in Spider-Man 2. I would just say it'd just be a product of not noticing, like, the failure to maintain continuity with the previous games. Like, with Spider-Man 2, like, the larger issues have to do with the fact that a character assassinates both versions of Spider-Man in the game. A character assassinates basically the main cast as a whole. Like, they're not consistent whatsoever. Like, Tombstone is probably the funniest example, because he went from, threat of death ups the thrill, I can't wait for the rematch, to, oh yeah, he's just chill at Coney Island. It's like, what? You didn't play the last game.
he just wants to help little girls get on the pony ride. Like, leave him alone. He's changed. He's a changed man.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, that's insane. Yeah, and like, of course, we talked about the nerfing and like the power scaling issues. None of the power scaling makes sense at all in Spider-Man 2. It's insanely broken.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, yeah. It's like Spider-Man 2, I think the larger stuff is just, it all comes down to continuity. It doesn't know how to maintain continuity with the previous games, or even itself at points. And it just turns into a disaster because of that.
Indeed. I mean, when you get like different people, working on it for the most part, it's just, how could you not, fumble the bag a little bit? It's I don't even think they really played the first game anyway.
Even then, I think like
I have no idea why they just keep a consistent writing team.
Well, like even if they had different writers, it's just like that's fine as long as they understand the material. Like I'm pretty sure Daredevil Season 3 didn't have the exact same team as Daredevil Season 1. But like Daredevil Season 3 is a very respectful and consistent continuation of the previous seasons.
Yeah, they actually watched the previous seasons.
Exactly, yeah. And then we get Daredevil Born Again, where they didn't watch any of it.
See, I'm not too familiar with the Daredevil stuff, but but I can't say much on that. But what I can speak on is the whole why they changed the writing team for Spider-Man 1 to Spider-Man 2. This isn't insider knowledge, obviously, but it's similar to what Lao Fei, God of War Lao Fei, how you've got these two lead director, lead writer who they haven't worked on the previous games, and one of them I can't remember her name, Elizabeth? No, not Elizabeth, Elise, I don't fucking know. I'm completely butchering the name, I've completely got it wrong, but she said that she started she joined the team when they were working on Ragnarok, and somehow she's got her own I guess it's more of a spin-off title, but still, like, where did these people come from? Like, none of them have worked on a previous game, as far as I can tell. So, previous Ragnarok, sorry, God of War game, and they haven't even played the original trilogy. So I don't even.
I guess it
don't know
depends
anything.
on, I guess, their qualifications. Like, if they... I haven't played any of God of War or seen the cutscenes, so I don't really have context for this, but if they have worked on, like, other stories and have shown that they're a capable writer, then I guess that's fine. I think what you need to really vet is, like, do you understand God of War? Have you actually, like, played through or at least consumed the cutscenes for the previous games and understand that on a basic level? And I think that's not just exclusive to, like, gaming companies. This should just be a thing in general for any studio, whatever, that's running, like, a larger series, universe, whatever. Which, like, I think the MCU is probably one of the biggest examples of failing at this, alongside Disney Star Wars, where it's very clear that there aren't, like, higher-ups that are very closely paying attention to the continuity and the things that they're establishing. Because, like, if that was the case, so many of the movies that come out would not turn out the way that they do.
Yeah. I mean, well, I also think that there are just, like, certain individuals who like to worm their way into the industry to, like, to just, like, destroy certain IPs for
Potentially.
not, maybe not destroy, but just mold it into into something that that they can fit into, if that makes sense. That's why Lao Fei exists. But I mean,
Yeah,
the
I have
original, I
no
mean, the right,
context for Lao Fei, but yeah,
yeah.
the one project that I got the distinct impression that they wanted to destroy everything on is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Like, that just felt like, wow, you wanted to destroy the Arkham series.
Yeah, indeed, that is the most. It's not the first example, but it is the most blatant, in-your-face example.
Yeah,
It was like, I don't even know. Have you are you familiar with Ghost of Yote? Because that was also
I've
like.
never played Ghost of anything, so I wish I
Really,
could play more of these games, but, like, I'm currently limited on a lot of stuff in terms of
you're,
technology.
you're working hard.
Yeah, but, like, I mean, I am down to play the Ghost games at some point, because I've heard, well, at least the first one I've heard good things about. Ghost of Yote I've heard
So,
mixed things about, so, I don't know.
well, I mean, yeah. Again, well, like, I guess we'll try to stay on topic because I could rant about Ghost of Yote as much as I can Spider-Man. Um,
I think the
Is
only
that game like
exposure...
really bad? Because I didn't really hear much about it.
it's just I could sit here and tell you, like, there's things that I like that I'm just irked with, that like the first thing that comes to mind for me, which you're probably not even gonna like, I'm not gonna lie, but it's you get bounties, which there are thugs, criminals that are doing bad stuff, so you got to sort them out and take them out. Every female bounty is typically someone who helps you in progression with, like, your equipment or tools or story, or is someone you're meant to feel bad for. And then every male bounty is just like a generic, I want to burn everything kind of guy. So
That sounds really
So,
cringe.
so it sounds like Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, where all of the
Suicide
male...
Squad killed myself.
all of the male Justice Leaguers were, like, laughing at when they die or they make jokes about, and, like, the Suicide Squad makes jokes about them. But the one time it's Wonder Woman, they're just like, oh, it's all respectful, no jokes or anything. It's like, huh,
exactly.
that's weird.
It is. It's very weird.
But yeah, I wouldn't know about Ghost of Yote. I think the only exposure we've had to it was that we happened to see, like, Griffin Gaming and Colin getting a spout about it, and we were just laughing on the sidelines.
I'm not too familiar with Griffin Gaming's videos. Like, I think I watched his Resident Evil Requiem video, but actually, that was a thing that you would like that you think I'm a Synthetic Man fan. I want to disclose that I'm not necessarily a Synthetic Man fan. I watch him for the same reasons I watch DSP.
Just for the entertainment.
For the most part, sorry, what was that?
Oh, I was just asking. It's just for, like, entertainment, just like the things they say,
Big entertainment.
and it's and it's
Like,
just so, like, nonsense that you have to laugh.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna like watch Synthetic Man and agree with 100% of everything he says, but I'm at least entertained by by the things that he
No,
says
yeah,
and how he says.
we can relate to that. We watch Mr. NoobTube Gamer.
Mr. I don't even know who that is.
No, yeah, he's fairly
Well, in
obscure,
fairness,
but
Mr. DoopTube Gamer was right.
true.
That's context. That is concept.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said a lot. Just think of like the biggest hater of PC gaming. Okay, let's just think of that.
What is that?
He still- He still destroyed Rags.
Yeah.
At least Mr. DoopTube Gamer isn't into fucking dog porn. So.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Who isn't
Yeah.
on the fucking YouTube these days? Fucking, it's just, it's just fine. At this point, it's like you're surprised if someone isn't into that stuff. It's like, oh, this guy, he's not. Okay, he's a lol cow, but he's not. That's strange.
That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. I guess one more thing that I almost forgot. I think I got into like the whole comparison of like Edge of Time, Friendly Neighborhood, and PS4. Like, you know, kind of like, it's kind of like the Goldilocks situation where Edge of Time, I would say that's too hot. Friendly Neighborhood, too cold. PS4 is just right for his character. And yeah, the idea behind that comparison is like, so the Friendly Neighborhood version and in the new cartoon, he's just like a softie. He's just like, he very much is just goody two shoes. I'm good because I'm good, and it's just bland. They do nothing with it. And then Edge of Time, which we can get into because I think that's like probably the last disagreement. I think Edge of Time Peter's just too psychotic. He doesn't take anything seriously for the most part, and he's just like cartoonishly selfish in the game. But yeah, if we want to get to that.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, the clip you showed where more important than my loved ones. Are you kidding? Like, it's like out of context. Like, you'd think that like he's mocking that mindset. That's how cartoonish he is. But I'm not too familiar with like that game. Unfortunately, I played the first one, but I never got to play the second one because my family was poor. I feel bad for me. But
First one, you mean like Shattered Dimensions?
Yeah.
Ah,
that
gotcha.
That was the shit. Awesome. But
No, yeah, Shattered Dimensions
yeah.
like is solid enough. Like, it's not like
Yeah.
a crazy like intense story or anything, but it's like, yeah, it's inoffensive.
Yeah, I mean, I played it when I was 8, so obviously I think it's the top tier stuff. But but no, his mentality in the Web of Time, whatever it's called,
Yeah.
it is and I wouldn't agree that, like, you know, saving like a whole universe of people outweighs saving, you know, Aunt May, who's probably at death's door, if not for the Marvel comics. But it's a case of like I just feel weird see like that Spider-Man is put in that situation to begin with, where he has to either save, like, you know, the city or Aunt May. I mean, it's like I get it. Some people, you know, obviously will find it interesting, but I can't really put a finger on why it feels weird to me. It's just like I guess it's just something that like I can't get down with. I'm kind of a, you know, I'm more of a, like, you know, protect the ones you love and the people around you, and, you know, don't sacrifice them for you know, some random schmucks. But, you know,
I would say it's very much dependent on context, like, because I understand that in general, like, people will prioritize the people close to them, but like if you're in a unique situation where you can help like the greater good, then like there is well, that's the whole idea of Spider-Man. He's in a unique position to help all of these people, so that's why it's his job as Spider-Man to help them out. It would be very much selfish of him to just save Aunt May and let basically everybody else die. I would say Aunt May would condemn him if he made that decision.
Yeah, I can't
Because
argue.
the power falls in his hands. But yeah, like just to. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go on.
It is obviously more obviously something Spider-Man would do, and when you're telling a superhero story, going down any other route, would be kind of like, wait, what the fuck? But with it's like it is just a personal thing for me. It's just like I don't see it as being like I can't even think of the right word. Like how would you describe seeing that in that moment, like seeing Spider-Man do that level of sacrifice?
I would just say it's like, well, yeah, I would just say it's an immense sacrifice for him. I don't know how else I would really describe that. But yeah, if
is it like why can't I think of the word? Like something that you would hope to be able to kind of do yourself, or like see, the fact that I can't think of the word makes me seem like such an idiot.
Something
like,
to aspire to.
Yeah, there you go. Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, if you're curious about the whole context as to why, like, I keep bringing that up with Edge of Time, so the context of the scene is that, beforehand, Miguel is telling Peter, this guy, Anti-Venom, he's going to kill you because he's under mind control. And this is a Spider-Man he's very experienced, he's out of college, he already believes that you should, you shouldn't run the other way when people need your help, no matter what the cost. He's gone through events like the night Gwen Stacy died, where, Green Goblin found his identity, targeted someone he loved. Even after that, he still chose to be Spider-Man, so this is, like, pretty far in his career. So, he does uphold those principles at first, but then he gets in a fight with Anti-Venom, almost dies, gets saved, and then all of a sudden, he says, well, Anti-Venom, it wasn't just a fluke, there's always going to be some psycho trying to kill me. If I leave my timeline and go to 2099, no one will suffer or die because of me. Which is like, I don't know why he thinks that. The whole reason Ben died was because he left the Robert to go. So I don't know why he thinks leaving his world is the solution, and like literally quitting being Spider-Man. Especially since like he's time traveling to get away from it, when he already knows that time travel can have very like negative consequences to reality, as Miguel's already outlined. And yeah, Miguel says, what about all the people you'll help and inspire? And his response is, well, you're just saying the lives of a billion strangers are more important than my loved ones. He's basically saying he's fine with letting them die if he gets what he wants, which is like, that's just not Spider-Man.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I can't argue.
I was also confused why you were comparing that to Joel saving Ellie.
Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to be. I just thought of the phrase like Joel did nothing wrong, and I was like, I just kind of want to say that. That sounds funny, just like out of context.
Damn.
That's most of my video is just saying stuff like that I think would sound funny, just out of context that I record later during the editing process.
What do you think of HBO's The Last of Us? Just out of curiosity.
In all honesty, I didn't watch it because I kind of figured I knew I don't want to be that guy, but like I kind of knew what it was going to be before going into it, and I wasn't gonna then get mad at the fact that I watched something even after knowing I knew it was going to be bad. So I just didn't pay any attention. I saw people talk about it. The infamous episode 3. It's gay love scene and stuff like that. It's I'm familiar with stuff like that. I just like all I know is that season 2 the audience dropped off like over like 50%, and and yeah, so even normies weren't really happy with season 2.
Oh, I was asking because there was a whole thing about if Joel did anything wrong, and like I think it was the finale, I can't remember, of HBO's The Last of Us Season 1, where Joel did the thing where he killed the Fireflies, and there were people hardcore debating if Joel was right or wrong. I saw Grant Paulson get involved in that.
Well, as in like not in the show, as in like people online were like debating.
Yeah, people online were like like they were getting heated about it. It was so funny. I haven't seen The Last of Us. I haven't played any Last of Us games. I just know that the discourse for these games and the show, it's just hilarious. So like, I don't know. I was just curious about that.
it is just like it always boils down to like well, what did Joel do the right thing? But it's always just like I've always just been in the mindset that like of course he's done the right thing. It's like what else would anyone have done in my opinion? But obviously for Spider-Man it is a different situation. He's not Joel. He's not trying to survive for the sake of himself and the loved ones that he has. He's a superhero meant to protect people, obviously, yada yada. So he should protect more people than just his loved ones. But it's for me personally, I just don't get. I get left with a bad feeling after seeing Peter let a loved one die. Like I much prefer the whole him trying to save everyone at once, like the Sam Raimi Spider-Man one, where he Goblin gives him the ultimatum of saving a bus full of kids or MJ, and he tries to save both.
Yeah. Oh, no, I was just saying that. Yeah, that's a good scene. With the whole thing with well, I forgot as I was saying it. I forgot.
Damn. Classic SK moment.
Fuck you.
That's just me every fucking second of my life. I hate it.
Fuck you. I'm gaining weight. Fuck you.
Oh yeah, I just remembered. I guess like another thing too, that was gone over in the stream is, I think the reaction is also important. Like not just like, what the character is saying. In The Last of Us, the way Liam here recounted it is that Joel was even regretful to a degree after he did it. He wasn't just like emotionless about it. But in like Edge of Time, he comes across as like emotionless about the fact that a lot of people will suffer or die if he just leaves, but he just like doesn't have a reaction to it.
It's stupid. It's like as I say, the clip you showed in your video, it's like it literally seems like he's making fun of the mindset that that people would have. It's like
I would hope that was the case, but like that's unfortunately not the case in the game. I don't know if you know this, but like later on in the game, so Miguel says he has this plan to undo all of the timeline shenanigans, which is causing the problems in the first place. So when Peter learns that MJ's life is being threatened from like an archive in the future, he tells Miguel, "You need to save her," and Miguel says no because the future depends on their mission, and if they don't finish the mission, all of reality could get destroyed. And in spite of that, Peter's just like, well, my future is meaningless without her, so go save her. Even though like the whole point of Miguel's mission is to undo the thing that endangers MJ and everybody else in the first place. So that means if he goes with the plan, even if MJ just straight up dies, all of that gets undone by Miguel fixing the timeline. So it's like, it gets even worse the more you progress with Edge of Time. It's like, it's insane.
It's just like, if I was Miguel, I'd just say, look, Pete, I mean, even a blind man thinks 2 steps ahead of himself. Come on now. Let's...
Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, really, it does. I mean, I got nothing really to say. Obviously, I mean, me personally, I just, I'm more of a protect the ones you loved. But obviously, when it comes down to Spider-Man, he's a hero, can't do that. So, if you did have to give him an ultimatum, I'd at least want him to try and, save everyone instead of folding. I say folding. Obviously, he had no other choice in the game. But yeah, it's more inspiring for me to see him try to go above and beyond to save everyone, even when the odds are stacked against him, and he still comes out on top. Whether it be because the New Yorkers started throwing trash cans at the Green Goblin. It's just it's inspiring. But,
no, yeah, I totally get that. Yeah.
So I don't know. It feels more like a failure to save to save Aunt May, even if it's something she would want, and he did do the right thing. It leaves me with a. Obviously, it leaves me sad. That's the point of it. But it doesn't leave me with any inspiration or any sense of was this did we come out doing what we wanted to do? I guess we did, but I feel like odds with it. So yeah, it's just a personal gripe with me.
Okay. Yeah, I think that just about covers all of the stuff in the video that we went over. I think the conversation was pretty productive.
Yeah, I'm, yeah, yeah, I'm pretty. I think that is actually pretty much everything, other than like I think like the based auto. Yeah, actually no, yeah, what about the scene with Peter, like, an auto? I like, I was like, this is like Insomniac are implying that Peter, how his morals are gonna probably be based on Otto, and Otto turned out the way he did. So, maybe that speaks to how Peter could turn out if he doesn't, rethink some of his own morals.
I would say
phrased it in a weird way.
I would say he represents Peter if he didn't value like the substance of his morals, and rather he valued, like, I guess, the performative benefits of upholding those morals, if that makes sense. Because I would say that Otto himself, like, he was never really a good person. He was just acting good because it would help him gain stuff in life. But when it really comes down to it, he will make immoral decisions in favor of himself. Whereas Peter, he doesn't do that.
The thing he almost does though, doesn't he? Like he almost gives Aunt May the cure instead of the whole city. He obviously doesn't, but I think that is a big point, is that Peter is similar to Otto in a lot of ways, and
Yeah.
that's and yeah,
It's a matter of, like, is it a temptation or is it an action? Is there willingness?
yeah, and obviously he makes the changes to not become Otto. But my main point with this is just that, like, it speaks to like the points that I was trying to make in the previously in my video, is that his backbone and his morals, there's something instead of something to be admired, there's something to be considered. It's like, like, is it the right thing? Should he have handled it like this? Is he, it's.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's probably everything.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Yeah, appreciate you coming on. I think this was a good conversation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a bit of fun. It was cool.
Yeah.
I
Alright.
appreciate you having me.
For sure. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. See ya.
Goodbye. Alright, yeah, that was a pretty good conversation. Yeah, if anybody else wants to join, feel
Not
free.
enough blood.
Not enough blood, yeah. I saw people messaging me saying, I wanted more blood. It's like, alright, we're gonna have to let more people on. We need more blood. So yeah, anybody's welcome to. Well, I at this point might as well just drop some nuclear takes to inspire people to join. Batman Arkham Knight is not only the best Arkham game and has the best Arkham story. I would say it has the best story of any major superhero game.
Based.
Any of them. I would also say that Daredevil Born Again is the worst thing in the MCU. Like, literally the worst thing. It's worse than Loki, worse than No Way Home. Like, anything you could think of, this is worse. Punisher
Bro
One
just
Last
said
Kill
Hitler
sucks.
is the worst man in history and thought that was a hot take.
Yeah,
Hot take,
Punisher...
Jew genocide is bad.
Oh, don't tell Colin
I don't know if Colin needs to hear that, yeah.
Yeah, so, Punisher One Last Kill was terrible. Disrespects the Netflix show. No, everyone knows the Batman's good. Let's see, how do I join? There's a wait. Okay, thank fuck he figured it out. I was about to flip out on him. Like, how do I join?
You trying to figure it out?
Pizza Time here was like, how do I join? As if there isn't a giant text that says wait room right there. It's crazy.
My fault.
What's up, Pizza Time?
More like piss
I'm
time.
good. I'm good. I was just thinking about some with like Spider-Man 2 and like games in general. Like, I don't know if this is a hot take, but like with games like like with Spider-Man 2, for example, right? I don't like the story, but I like the gameplay a lot, and that to me makes it overall like a decent game. Like I don't know if that's a hot take. Hello?
Played it. But Liam has.
The gameplay is generally a downgrade from the first game, besides the web swinging. Side content's ass.
How? I don't agree with that.
How? All right,
Yeah.
hang on.
Well, what do you think of the Haley mission? Do you think that's good side content?
Yeah, you think the Haley mission's good? Let's start with side
No.
content.
No.
Do you think it's acceptable that the second Spider-Man game in a row, there's barely any fucking main, like, actual Spider-Man villains in the side missions?
Or yeah, I did like yeah, I agree with that, but like I find like the missions like with Howard, right? I find the missions with like when like you hack the Craven dogs or whatever. I found that to be pretty cool. I don't know. And like with like the crimes and stuff, I found that to be more fun. But like I think the crimes is like a downgrade from Miles Morales specifically. Like I don't know.
I mean, like, the Howard mission is a good example. I like the story in the Howard mission, but, like, the gameplay is fucking garbage. You don't do anything. You literally just go to a waypoint. There's no fail state. There's no challenge. There's nothing. It's not a race. It doesn't test your abilities.
I should add him.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, but like I think like the story within it is so good that like it kind of makes up for it. But like yeah, I kind of agree. Like I don't know, but like overall, like I just think the gameplay in Spider-Man 2 is better. Like
All right, like, what about the gameplay's better? Because the combat is slower and has less combos than the first game. The stealth has
No.
less gadgets, so there's less variety.
all right, the game has less gadgets, but like the combat itself, like I think it's better because like you could do more. Like you said, there's less combos, but you could do like a different types of combos. Like you could like bounce people off the ground, like off like you could maneuver people in the environment. Like when I go
Yeah,
back to
and in
like when,
doing that, you sacrifice most of the creativity that the gadgets give you. You could do more with the gadgets than just bounce people. And you
all right, yeah,
lost all of that for like 3 extra moves that aren't really that needed.
I think it's kind of needed. Like you're talking about the like abilities, like your special.
Well, the problem with the abilities is that they're one-time use, and then and then they have a way too long of a cooldown, so you can't really like use them for anything interesting in your combo string.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
most people are just gonna spam them mindlessly.
yeah, I actually agree with that. Like with the abilities, like I think again with Miles Morales, they did the abilities better in that because you could use because it like everything operates under like your focus meter, and I think that was better. But like
Yep.
overall, like with the gadgets, like yeah, I agree. Like all right, me personally, right? I would have loved to see all the gadgets were like before like Spider-Man 2 came out. I assumed like all the gadgets would return from Miles Morales in Spider-Man 1, but that didn't happen. But like I feel like the combat itself makes up for it because like the gadgets from the first game to me was just like they were fun, but it was like kind of just cheese. Like I don't know, like they're just like finishers on like you could just throw down a web bomb and just like use the what is it the blaster thing, I forgot what it's called, and just finish everyone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Like
you can cheese the combat in the second game too, so I don't really see the point in that.
wait,
Some of
how?
the abilities can insta kill like armies of enemies just as easily as using the web bomb and the uh the gravity, whatever it's called. I can't believe I actually forgot. I'm usually
The like all right, in my I don't know if it's like because of the way we both play, but like for me personally, right? Like in Spider-Man 1, like you could cheese it like you could just like there's like you could use the suspension matrix for example, right? And as they land, you could just put down a web bomb and that would just take out everyone instantly. Or like if you're on a
Yeah, but
build,
you could do the equivalent if you just symbiote slam and then use the ricochet webs. It does the literal same thing.
the symbiote slam in the ricochet web.
Yeah, try it. It's basically the same thing as using the suspension matrix and the web bomb.
Or I'm finna try that. I'm finna try that after. But like I don't know, like I just find it more fun. I don't know, like when I go back to Spider-Man 1, like I don't know, but like um I still think there could be improvements overall with like the gameplay itself, like with the combat in general. Like I feel like there should be more like different combos and stuff, like with different button inputs. Like, do you agree with that or not?
In the first game?
Not like in general, like with throughout the Insomniac games, like
Well, yeah, I think okay, here's my problem with Spider-Man 2's combat, honestly. I wouldn't mind losing the gadgets if there was like tons and tons and tons of other like combos Spider-Man can do. Like if Spider-Man can do like up to like 20 plus combos or something, then I would be like, you know what, I missed the gadgets, but this is clearly an upgrade.
yeah, that's fair. And
But that's
also,
not the case. You get like you get abilities with limited cooldowns and like these like stupid extra combo things he can do that are just do the same thing. They just bring enemies to the air in different ways. So
yeah,
all in all, like the game's variety went down from the first game, and it has worse enemy types. There's just enemy types that will literally refuse to get comboed for no fucking reason. There's enemies that can throw electric grenades in the air, which are straight up unfair and like undodgeable.
yeah,
The
yeah,
symbiote
I
brutes
agree.
take an entire fucking lifespan to get killed.
Yeah, I agree with that. I actually agree with that. Like, I prefer the enemies themselves from Spider-Man 1 and like specific. Like, my favorite enemies, I think, were like the inner demons. Like, I don't know. Like, I felt fighting them was like really cool. And also,
Yeah,
right,
and the
like,
enemies never had anything that unfair. The worst enemy in the first game was like the whip guy, and even then you can still deal with them if you just learn to listen to their attack. They at least have a fucking like sound indicator when they do the annoying grab slam ability, which is also unfair.
yeah,
It's like that's not good either, but at least I can somewhat account for it.
yeah, yeah. Like, also with Spider-Man 2, right? Like, like what I find like to be a downgrade is like the fact that there's like like the enemy bases, right? They're barely any, right? And like I don't know, I just find that to be annoying. Like, I
Yeah,
feel
there's
like the
only
big
4 bases. Like, you see what I mean? The side content is just way worse. There's less replayable things to do in the game besides just replaying the campaign, which is way too cinematic and linear. The
oh
combat has less variety. The stealth has less creativity because I don't know if you know this, but in the first game, you can use the stealth. You could use gadgets in stealth, and it makes the stealth so much more fun. Like, you can
yeah, I
like sit
agree.
around trip mines, hit people with the impact webbing. You could use the suspension matrix and then do some air stealth takedowns. Like that stuff is like really cool. It's like you didn't have to do it to get past a stealth encounter. It's not perfect, but I'd rather have that than nothing. Spider-Man 2 stealth is almost just purely and entirely just silent takedown, silent takedown, silent takedown, ledge
Yeah, like
kill.
yeah, I feel that. Yeah, like I agree with that. I feel like that. Yeah, I agree with the stealth parts, right? Like, yeah, it was a downgrade. Like, I feel like the stealth parts peaked in Miles Morales too.
Yeah, even Miles had like decent gadget integration.
Yeah. And also, right, like this is kind of related to like the enemies, but like have you read the prequel comic to Spider-Man 2?
Uh, Prequel comic.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
like
no, but I've heard of it. Yeah, they like fight the Hood, I believe it is.
yeah. I genuinely expected the Hood to be like a villain, right? And he was gonna have his own faction that did magic, and that didn't happen, and that pissed me off. Like that would have been so cool if like you had a like, and that would have made the game more unique. Because to my knowledge, like I don't think there has been like a time like a Spider-Man game where like the enemies just like the enemy faction itself just used magic on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what else? Okay, what else was I thinking about? Uh like what do you think? Like do you play the game on PC or on PS5?
Played it on PS5. I barely touch it nowadays.
Like what like your complaints about the combat, right? Like with mods, like they could be fixed because like I play the game with mods and basically what all everything you said at is a mod and like that makes the game better. Like it makes it so much better, bro. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, I've seen some of them.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
another
there's
problem
a,
I have with the combat is like, for some reason, Spider-Man just feels slower and like doesn't react to you as smoothly as he did in the first game. Like, it feels like my inputs are delayed when I play Spider-Man 2, and I don't know why.
all right, like or in my experience, like when I didn't play the game with mods, like when I just played it on PS5, I didn't feel that, but like maybe I'm just misremembering, but like it felt the same to me. Like I don't know, like the only thing I guess was like I feel like the impact felt like there's less impact like when you punched people. Like I don't know. Like that
Yeah,
I could just be
you don't feel like a superhero in the game because there's so many like moments where the enemies do annoying shit to slow you down and stuff. And you have to like do this annoying parry or whatever. And it's just irritating and not fun. And sometimes enemies can just like keep like what's it called? They can keep like toppling you with constant attacks while you're stunned, which is also unfair.
yeah, like okay, my experience like I didn't really feel like that it was unfair, but I don't know, right? Um like I'm trying to think of like hot takes that I have, but like that we could talk about like to make things interesting, but like I don't know.
um, well, there's a guy that's. Hold up. Weight room is open. Yeah, I mean, if there's nothing else, then I guess we'll move on to another disagreement. It looks like someone's trying to join. Yeah, he's here right now, so.
Wait, okay,
Thanks.
okay. Wait, I think I have one I like I like I like Arkham Origins more than Arkham Knight. Like I guess that's a hot take. I don't know.
I mean, if you
Pretty
like it
cool.
more, you'll like it more.
Do. I like Arkham Origins.
Yeah, like that's probably like my favorite Arkham game. Like to be honest.
I would
Okay.
still say Knight. Knight is a 10.
Or me personally, like Arkham Knight's like an 8 or 9, but like whatever. Like we both like it a lot. Like
Yeah,
before
exactly.
yeah, before like you remember when I was making those basically Godzilla Mendoza like criticisms against it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when I replayed the game, like I found new appreciation for it, you know? And like
Nice.
when I see the yeah, like when I see the discourse for it, you know, I'm just like, what are people talking about, you know?
No, guys. Batman dealing with hostage situations. No, hostage situations are never a problem. Never ever.
Yeah, like and especially like with Jason, right? Like before I didn't really like Jason, but now like I find him to be really compelling. Like I think it was just like I was thinking about like just Red Hood instead of it as its own thing, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, it
Like,
looks like someone's ready to join, so yeah, we'll let this person in. Appreciate you coming on. Pizza time.
I appreciate you too, bro.
Alright,
See
have
ya.
a good one. See you.
All right.
Spider Noir, I haven't seen yet, so I wouldn't have any thoughts. I'll see it eventually. What's up, Isaiah Lewis?
Uh,
What's up?
uh, so like, what are we really talking about? I kind of just joined the stream now.
What of a disagreement?
Is there a disagreement?
This isn't
Well,
talk
what the-
about things day. This is disagreement day.
But what's the conversation? Like, what are we disagreeing about?
Anything that's in my videos.
I don't know. I heard you guys were talking about like Spider-Man stuff and like, I don't know. What did you guys like the gadgets in Spider-Man 2?
I didn't play it.
Damn. I don't know. I watched this one guy's video. He said that like the gadgets in Spider-Man 2 were like, they were kind of like too futuristic and didn't feel very Spider-Man like.
Is this a
And
disagreement?
I don't know. Well, I don't know. Do you disagree? I don't know.
If there's alright, if there's no disagreement, then there's no reason to be in the chat room. Like that's the whole idea behind it. That's how it works. Was that you?
No.
Oh,
Playing
okay.
all night.
I thought it was you. It's like, damn.
It should have been me, honestly.
Really gotta filter people who join without any yeah. If you're gonna join, have a disagreement ready. Like, yeah, the whole point of disagreement day is you disagree.
Yeah, this isn't meet up with SK day. This is disagreement day.
Is there a disagreement? It's like I'm gonna have to like, hold on, let me get to the text. Where is it? Text. I wish with OBS there was a way to like specify that I want disagreement specifically to be in like red or something so people know it's for disagreements. Disagreement,
That people will
the
still
link
join, I don't know.
expired. Did it? Let me test it. Because the link never changed. Oh, it did okay. I didn't realize that. Alright, let me fix that.
Edward.
Spire now. This is what's so annoying to me. It's like, it says, link will never expire. Okay, that's great. Then it fucking expires. It's like, no. I said I want it to never expire. Alright, I sent a new link in the chat. That one should work. Excuse me.
You sneeze strange.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I guess another take that might get people in. Edge of Time is the worst Spider-Man adaptation in existence.
Sick of this fucking game.
Um,
It's not even like a good game. It's so trash.
um,
Yay! I love fighting in the same corridors, beating up robots for eternity.
in one building.
God damn. in one building. You don't even get to explore like New York or anything. Everything is Alchemax. Fucking kill me. It's literally Shattered Dimensions if it was fucking just the 2099 levels forever. And you're not allowed to go to Noir or anything else. Like, why would people think that's an upgrade?
Lame. Let's see, what else do I have planned that would provoke disagreements? Let me get to the list. Oh yeah, The Boys Season 5 is fucking awful. I don't know how anyone can give that above like a 2 out of 10.
I mean, we know a certain someone that did, because he's fucking stupid.
Could I or could someone else pretend to disagree? If you pretend to disagree, we'll know, and we'll punish you accordingly.
You're if you're pretending to disagree and we figure out, you get banned. SK's laughing like I'm joking. No, you're banned if you do that.
If you're lying, I'll ban
Oh,
the
by the
other
way,
one.
you're also banned if you bring up Superman 2025.
Oh yeah, the Fallout show is garbage. That show is awful. Mandalorian and Grogu is also garbage. I haven't seen that. And I don't want to. Okay, we got someone in the wait room. Move to chat room. What is up, Gabe?
What is up, SK?
What's up?
Not much. How's it going, brother?
Good, how are you?
I'm alright. Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Alright. So, as for disagreements, well, for Spider-Man PS4 in particular, I don't really have any. I think the story is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously. But I actually have a disagreement topic that I think will explode the Spider-Man fan base for sure.
Okay.
And that is, I think Spider-Man, the new animated series, the 2003 one, is one of the worst Spider-Man shows.
One of the worst. Interesting. Oh, why do you think
one
that?
of the worst? Well, for starters, I think, for one thing, with the way how the show characterizes Peter throughout its numerous episodes, it's not very good. In fact, one of my biggest problems, I don't know if this one is not relevant at all, but it marketed itself as like a continuation of the 2002 not animated series, sorry, the 2002 Sam Raimi movie. And I think that itself hurts itself a lot if it's trying to market itself as like a soft continuation, because Peter like is very inconsistent with his movie counterpart. Personally, because one thing that bothers me a lot, and this is all personal, by the way, but one thing that bothers me a lot is that this version of Peter lets way too many of his villains die, and he just kind of doesn't care about it.
All right, what's an example of it?
An example. I'm trying to think of good ones, because for one thing, I want to say the Lizard is a good example. For one, like, as for one thing, he doesn't really try his best to save Connors. He's talking a lot about how he wants to help him, but he doesn't really do a good job preventing Connors from getting hurt. Like, he gets his arm stuck in a fan. And then when he's trying to I think he jumps off a building. I haven't watched it in a while, so I'm having like very vivid memories, so forgive me if I get some of it wrong. But the thing is that I think he falls off a building, and then he tries webbing his tail to keep him from falling. And keep in mind, the one thing you should never do with lizards is grab them by their tails, because they can easily detach them, and so that's how the lizard ends up falling. So for one thing, that was a stupid decision by Peter because he should know that lizards are regenerative and they can just detach parts of their body. So, and then he just lets him fall, and then I'm pretty sure he doesn't care afterwards, which is weird because he spent the whole fight like saying that he wants to help him, he wants to get him help, but then he doesn't care when he dies.
Okay, let me take a look at the scene.
At least that's
someone's saying
at least
I don't
that's
think...
how I remember it.
Someone's saying I don't think Raimi's Spider-Man had a rule against killing. Yes, he does. He doesn't kill anyone in the movie.
I mean, okay, hold on. So real quick, even if we do accept that, he doesn't have a rule against killing, that doesn't mean he never feels bad about it. Like it's pretty clear when he saw God. Like we're also working on the first movie as well, by the way, because that's a continuation of this. The series is a continuation of that movie. But you can see how visibly upset he is when he sees when he stabbed himself with his glider.
Yeah, and Aunt May says Spider-Man doesn't kill people. And if he does kill, then don't you think he would have just killed Doc Ock very quickly? It's like he doesn't kill at all. Yeah, so I'm looking at the scene.
True, yeah.
So he webs him by the tail. You said that it's like dumb that he does that because tails can like disconnect easily with lizards. I mean, maybe that's true. He says we'll need to get you some help. I don't think that would really indicate that he's not trying to, he's not trying to get him help. I think that's just kind of a mistake on his end if he's just webbing the tail. Whether that's justified, that's up for discussion, but I don't think that's reflecting an intent not to help him. He lets go because,
I don't disagree on... Sorry, I'll let you finish.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just trying to recount it because it's been a while since I've seen the scene. So he's gets slashed by the arm a bit, so he has to let go.
And what else was that? Was that it? Was that all you're saying?
No, I'm watching real quick to understand it.
Okay, I might have to pull up the scene as well for myself because again, I feel like I might also be getting some things wrong, but that's just how I remember it.
Genus Aranii, at your service.
I mean, I think I guess at most he makes a bit of a cringe joke afterwards, or a cringe pun afterwards, but looking at the scene, I think it's fine enough. I don't know the whole thing about the tail thing, so if that's true, then I guess that's silly. Sure.
It is silly because if it would of course it would be silly because Peter spent I think a good chunk of his time I think it was interning for Connors in this episode, and so he would have plenty of time to study up and learn about lizard biology as well. So it's kind of questionable why he thinks grabbing him by the tail would even be a good idea, because you said he clawed at him to escape. So even if he didn't do that, again, he could just detach its tail because lizards are very good at detaching their own organs or their own tails specifically, and that is a common scientific fact. That the one thing you should never do with lizards is grab them by the tail because they can easily do that.
Okay. All right, didn't know that. Yeah, I suppose that's a flaw. I don't know. I would say this makes it one of the worst, because one of the worst I think of Friendly Neighborhood, or the 2017 show, because Friendly Neighborhood has a lot of it has a lot of problems. This just seems to be one example in isolation, but to be fair, you said you had more, so yeah, I guess the lizard thing, there's a bit of a flaw there. What else is there?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to say, yeah, it's kind of hard to be worse than the 2017 show, so I'll give you that. I think what I meant to say is in terms of depicting Spider-Man as a character, I think it's not very good. The other example I want to give is I almost forgot. I want to say, well, I actually want to give a good example that I think the show does paint Spider-Man in a good light, and that's I think the Electro episode where like he becomes Electro for the first time.
Mhm.
That gives us like a better depiction of his character personally, because you can see that he like, well, first of all, he beats on Max a lot, but that's before he even realizes that it's Max to begin with. But like afterwards, he spends the rest of the fight trying to hold him down, trying to talk him down and stuff. And then it ends with, I think, with him plugging him like with a ground plug, and like even if he did do that, you can see that he was like visibly upset by it. Like you can see he didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
So, but my problem with that is that I think there was another episode where Electro showed up, and then I think he puts him in a battery, and then just lugs him into the ocean because he was like scaring this girl or chasing this. I think this is one girl in MJ. I can't remember her name. Sally.
Sally.
That's her name.
So that's
he
in,
was like he
the
was spending
second
the entire
Electro
episodes. Yeah, I think it was the second one. So he was spending like the episode stalking Sally. I think MJ may have also been involved. Again, I'm take this all for granted because I also haven't watched the show.
No, yeah,
in a while.
I
I'm going
remember
off what
MJ
I remember.
is in the final battle, and Harry's there
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, and Harry, thank you. So, yeah, and then I think he transfers Max into a car battery and then lugs him into the ocean. Even though he spent like the last episode, he was upset. He wanted to help Max, but then he just lugs him into the ocean when he's in a battery,
Let me
which
see.
would probably kill him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess that's fair.
Yeah, that's just
Wait, are
that's just
you
the
talking
main
about the
problem
second
I have
Electro
with this.
appearance?
Yeah, the second one.
Yeah, the second one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the reason he was trying to put him in a battery was because that was like one of the only ways he knew how to defeat him. It's either that or an innocent
Well, I'm
person
not-
gets turned into Electro and shit.
I'm not disputing that. I understand he needed a way to stop Electro. My problem is what he does afterwards, because he just throws him in the lake again, which
Yeah, 'cause
I
he was
don't
gonna
know
blow
if that
up.
would kill him, but I mean, okay, I can see that there, but my problem with it is that I think like these are just a few examples where I think this version of Peter is just like it shows this version of Peter's too comfortable with his villains dying, which it's
Well, he
kind of
wasn't
contradictory to
comfortable with
what
it
it
last
showed
time.
in the movie.
The reason why he had to do that was because Electro was gonna blow up and kill a bunch of people.
Hope this finally puts
He
an
wasn't
end to
comfortable
your pain,
killing
Max.
Electro. Even
And
though in
yeah,
the
to
first
be-
episode he felt bad for Max after he thought he died in their first encounter.
And to be fair, he did say at the end, I just played it right there. He did say at the end, I hope this puts an end to your pain, Max. So like he is like showing sorrow about it.
I mean, that is true. I will definitely concede on that. But yeah. And yeah, because I want to say I don't think all the examples are bad, but I think there are some moments in this show that definitely have like the worst ways of like showing Spider-Man's, I don't know, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, but I feel like the show has way too many examples where like villains die and he's not really concerned with, like the lizard one for one thing.
Well, yeah, I don't think the lizard
is
one was
one
that great of
example.
an episode, but the reason he grabbed him on the tail was because Lizard was falling and he had like nowhere else to grab. It was like an immediate
He
reaction
could have grabbed him
thing.
by the chest though, or the back.
Yeah, he could have, but like it was a spur of a moment. Like Lizard was falling down and he shot a web and it grabbed onto his tail. Also, Lizard was attacking him. Like he would have let go anyways. It wasn't that the tail just got disconnected. It's that Lizard wouldn't stop attacking him.
I guess that's fair. I mean, that's just my frame of reference, is that I feel like he could have grabbed anywhere else. The fact that, like, okay, so he did, if it was a spur of the moment decision, then sure.
Yeah, Lizard was
even
falling
then,
down.
I
He
don't
tried to
think-
reason
'cause,
with
like-
Connors. He said, Connors, stop moving around. I might drop you. And then he attacks Spider-Man. It makes him drop him, and then he falls. The only thing I would criticize there is I wish Spider-Man, like, dive bombed after him, I guess. but besides that, like, it's not like Spider-Man was like letting Lizard die, and the reason why he didn't feel that much is because like Lizard was like trying to kill his friend.
Well, okay, I will agree with you there that he should have at least dive bombed after him. Other than that, I think that's kind of just not a good excuse. The fact that he didn't feel much, because he was attacking his friend, because Connors was also his friend. Like, he still wanted to help him.
Not really. In the episode, it seems like him and Connors didn't have that great of a relationship. He's just kind of like a professor he somewhat respects.
Well, I mean, even then, I don't think that's really enough of a reason to justify why he wouldn't care so much that he fell and died.
It's not that he didn't care, it's just that he wasn't super emotional about it. Like, he clearly didn't want that to happen.
Well,
it's just unfortunate.
I wasn't.
I'm assuming he'd be
No,
more
I was-
desensitized by these kind of things once he like grew older.
I mean, that's fair. To be fair, though, I wasn't like asking him to be like overly emotional. I was like expecting like at least a reaction, kind of like what SK brought up with the Electro example, where he said, "I hope this brings a peace to your suffering," something like that. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, he gives kind
I mean,
of.
I guess
his
so,
joke is
but-
kind of. He gives like a corny joke after. Well, not a joke necessarily, but more so a pun afterwards. It's like, could have written something better.
No, yeah, I think the Lizard episode's one of the weaker episodes because of stuff like that.
Yeah, that's just one of my examples why I think, like even then, I just feel like Spider-Man lets his villains die way too much, and it kind of makes I know it was like a thing in like the Raimi movies as well, where even all the main villains like died, so I guess, but at the same time, it kind of makes it look like it kind of takes away from the idea that these villains could ever at all like that they could ever outlast their first appearances, which is kind of sad. The Electro is the only like outlier I can think of. But if you're like setting up villains in one episode and then expect them to die in the next, it kind of like kills any potential for what their future narrative arcs could provide. So, at least that's how I see it.
I would say it depends on the villain, I guess.
I mean, yeah, if it's like one of the smaller ones, I guess I wouldn't really care that much. But we're talking about like the Lizard, we're talking about Electro, and actually can't remember all other. I don't think there were that many like big time Spider-Man villains in the new animated series, or like more recognizable ones. I know Kingpin was in one of the episodes. I don't think he died though. I know Silver Sable was in one. I know Kraven was in one. Yeah, other than that, I think that was about it.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if like even if I were to concede all of this, I don't think this would necessarily make this one of the worst Spider-Man shows. Like I would just say like there would have to be a lot more to say it's one of the worst, because like I said, 2017 show and Friendly Neighborhood, they have a whole stack of flaws.
Yeah, okay, that was me messing up in my wording. That was on my bad. What I meant to say was I think this show has some of the worst examples of like showing Spider-Man being I don't want to say in a psychopath, but he's definitely more comfortable with death.
Okay.
If that makes any sense. Another big example I can think of.
I mean, he is an
I
adult.
think it was
more okay with like terrible shit happening once you're a superhero for that long. Kind of comes with the job.
That's true. Yeah, I think one more example I want to bring up is in the series finale between the twins with the mind control, and yeah, I think there was a moment where Spider-Man just lets one of them drive into like a propane tank and it blows up, and the entire warehouse explodes. They're all dead. Well, not the twins are dead. That's what I meant to say.
I'm letting
There was
Pizza
nothing
Time
you
in
could
here
do,
because he seems very passionate about the show. So I'm like, all right, he seems to have decent memory. Might as well let him get into this if he's interested. So for a lot of these, like
Alright,
you'll
yeah,
either
okay,
get
fair
me
enough.
like saying I don't remember it enough, or you'll have me saying that could be valid, sure. But of course, like I haven't seen this in a while, so it's entirely possible that I'm just missing something.
all right, bro. Like you said, he lets most of the villains die, right? But like, what other villains besides like the ones you mentioned?
I don't think I said most villains. I think I said there are moments where he lets his villains die, and I think if I remember, there's Electro, there's Lizard. I think there was that one. I think there was that. It was that one crazy girl. In that one
That
episode,
one
I think I
crazy
remember. Because if
Yeah.
I what the heck was
I don't
that?
know what I don't know what that was.
Are you talking about the lady with the sword?
No,
Stop.
I think that was another example. But that's not what I was talking about.
Yeah, 'cause
it
that
was
one
like
is
an episode
accidental.
where, yeah, I think the one I was talking about was it was like she was a stalker, I guess, but she was like crazy fangirls of Spider-Man, and I think
She doesn't die. I'm pretty sure that one doesn't die.
She doesn't?
I think she gets some like.
She doesn't.
I think she gets a really bad head injury or something, but she doesn't die. And even then, she dies because of her own machinations. That's not really Spider-Man's fault.
Yeah, that's what I was
I
basically
guess that's true.
saying.
I don't
like,
know.
That's what I was basically saying.
guess-
Like most of the deaths are like not even Spider-Man's fault. You know what I mean? Like so.
Which makes
What you mean,
sense
bro?
because there's a bunch of dangerous, like, reckless super criminals. They're not. A lot of them aren't
Yeah.
gonna just die.
Yeah, like with Electro, like what Alex, well, I don't know what Liam Butcher, whatever his name's.
I thought
Like,
you were
with
Alex.
Electro- All right, my fault. Like Like, that was the only real way he knew how to like defeat Electro, and if he didn't do that, other people would die. With Lizard, that was basically his fault. You know what I mean? And like,
I know what you mean, nigga, man.
with the crazy girl,
Yo,
that wasn't
we're
her
live.
fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, dude.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, I was willing to.
the Electro
I was
one-
willing to.
The Electro one bothers me the most because, as far as I remember, the first time he just tries to depower him and he thinks he accidentally killed him. And then the second time, he literally like had no choice, and Electro was getting too powerful, so he had to put him in a generator. But ever since Max kept fighting back, he was going to explode. So he threw him in the river because he didn't want to let innocent people die. That's Max's fault.
Yep. Like,
Yeah, and
Like-
I said it earlier. I was willing to concede on the Electro point. There's definitely a case for that. I would say though, for the I was talking about the twins earlier. I can't remember their name.
Twin Towers.
Can't remember their last name specifically.
I forgot specifically, but again, like, that was pretty much their fault. They're like, you know what I mean? And there's literally nothing Spider-Man could do, like in that scene. Like, I don't know how he would be able to save them. Like, to me, like, I think
I feel like the point I was trying to make is I feel like he should at least try more instead of just letting it happen.
All right, okay.
Yeah,
I could-
but there's a point where like there's nothing much he can do.
Yeah, like I think the show is trying to emphasize, like, cause like it ends with like the season ends with him giving up Spider-Man. I think they're trying to like build up to that in a way by having all this stuff happen. Like no matter what he does, like people keep dying and shit, you know, and that's what kind of leads to him giving up. I think that's the reason they kept having that happen. I don't know.
Yeah. You know, that was another one of my bigger problems with the show is that it just kind of ends without any like, I guess, I don't know. I think they were planning a continuation, but the show never really got off the ground all that much, so it never happened. So it kind of just leaves the series in kind of like a jarring spot where it's like we're never gonna see if Spider-Man will ever get past like his, you know, his moments of doubt where like he thinks like he can't come back from like all the hurt he's done, which is kind of disappointing. So
I'm disappointed that the show ended because like for me personally, it's my second favorite Spider-Man show, right? Like I grew up watching it like when it was on Netflix. You know what I mean? I had the DVDs. Like my mom bought the DVDs at the store. You know what I mean? So like this show means a lot to me. But like the ending, when I saw the ending, right? To me, it felt conclusive enough. Like like he just gives up being Spider-Man. You could just say like I don't know. It felt kind of conclusive to me. But yeah, like I wish the show continued on. And also, right, like for me, like this is like one of my favorite versions of the character and its world because it really focuses on his college life. And I feel no other interpretation does that. Like, for example, in the Raimi movies, right, you see that he's in college, right? But they don't really make that a big thing. That's not really part of like the movies, like in a big way. And TASM too, right? That's not even really mentioned, And the animated series again, like he's in college, but that's not really like a big deal, you know?
Yeah. I like that in
I
the new animated series.
I get that.
Like, and
I
for
do wish
me,
we did get more like Spider-Man media that had like college era Spider-Man. Well, I don't know if it was the animated series that had him in his college arc, but that was one of my favorites for sure.
but
Or
yeah,
it
like
was
Yeah,
at
the
least a
animated
look
series did
into
it
like an older
slightly.
Spider-Man.
yeah, but like I feel like those older, because like I've watched those older shows too, kind of like I feel like they don't like heavily focus on like on like, for example, in the Homecoming trilogy or like some shows, like the newer shows like Ultimate Spider, like they heavily focus on him in high school. You know what I mean? But like Tanas really focuses on his college life, and like that's really relatable to me because I'm currently in college now. You know what I mean? Like that just makes it even
Oh,
better.
I get that. Me too,
Yep.
brother. Me too, brother. I know it's rough, but
Nice.
I get what you're talking about.
Yeah, and another thing I really like about the show, like I think behind Spectacular, right? It has my favorite version of Mary Jane, and it has my favorite version of Harry Osborn in general, including the comics.
Okay.
It does.
Cool.
I think I think one, like I alluded to this earlier, but I think one of my biggest problems with the show in that case is that it doesn't feel like a continuation of the same Raimi movie at all. And we're talking about the first one, by the way.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just want to reiterate it. It
I
feels
feel that.
nothing like a continuation of that movie. Like the characters look different, the tone is different.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel
it
that.
doesn't work for me as
I
a
mean,
continuation,
personally,
especially when you see like it's a much darker one where Spider-Man is like, you know what I'm talking about.
I actually
Yeah.
like that it's more of its own thing. I think it is to the
I
benefit
prefer
of
that
the
too,
show.
yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna
And,
say
and,
that.
That's like
and in the
I
end,
have a feeling
that's actually what Friendly Neighborhood should have done. It should have been like
Yeah.
it's a loose continuation, but we're gonna be more of a comic accurate Spider-Man and be good.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
wait,
I guess
That
I didn't
actually would
really
have been
mind your
based.
friendly neighborhood personally, but I mean, like, I think the reason why the show feels tonally different from the movie is that it was originally meant to be an Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, which is what I wish they should have done. I'm talking about
if they've done that,
like
okay, I don't.
an adaptation of the Brian Michael Bendis books. I
Yeah,
wish
it
that's
was
what
done.
they would have done, but because the movie was so big, they had to like course correct. So.
All right. When I first heard about that, I was like, man, that's such a shame. But then I'm like, we wouldn't get college Peter. You know what I mean? It would just basically be high school Peter again. So like, I don't know. Like maybe it
Yeah.
would have been like a loose adaptation of Ultimate, but like it's set in college. I don't know.
I get that much. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird though, because I used to watch that show, like I used to watch this show a lot when I was younger. I thought it was like the coolest thing ever. But I mean, I grew up and watching it now, it's just not really my thing. I get there's cases that could be made about why the villain deaths happen the way they do. I don't know, it's just a part of me feels like a part of me just feels like it's not it's not the way that I would prefer they'd done it. I feel like it's just a part of me that bothers me the way that it's like how the villain deaths are done and how Spider-Man could have reacted to it better.
Yeah,
that's just me though.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair. Like for me, right? It's like I don't know. Like I know it's not the best cartoon. Like to me, like Spectacular is the best. But like with Tenace, that's like if someone allowed me to make a Spider-Man show or like movie, it would have like a similar tone and feel to that. You know, that's why I love it so much.
I get that. Spectacular is my
It's like
favorite.
it's the
show as well.
closest thing to it feels like the closest thing to like a Netflix Spider-Man show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That. Like, bro, yo, like you know what? And like this reminds me, right? Like with Brand New Day and like the new trilogy, like I'm hoping it's kind of it feels like that, but I don't think so because like I'm pretty sure Peter's like 21, so like they pretty much skipped over his college era, you know? Like he's like 21 or 22, so that makes me sad.
Wait, what? Wait, that means it skips his college era if he's
I-
21.
No, cause like I'm pretty sure like okay by the end of No Way Home, like they're just going to college or they got accepted, and then Brand New Day takes place 4 years later, right? And like you see MJ and Ned are like back from college, so like okay I could be wrong. Like I assume they just graduated. Or
No, they
something.
didn't.
I don't know.
They didn't.
They did.
It's not enough time for them to graduate. But I mean, like, if they, that's the thing, right? At one hand, like, it would be nice to see his college life, but at the other hand, like, they need to have good characters to make it interesting. If they don't have that, then I don't care about it. That's the problem with Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home. I don't care about any of these side characters, so I don't care about his high school life.
Yeah, even though like I like Homecoming and stuff and some parts of No Way Home, I actually agree with that. Like they don't really do much with the side characters. Like they're pretty much
Yeah,
like
I was gonna say, like, I am more apologetic towards the MCU trilogy than most. The thing is, though, I won't really deny that the side characters didn't really get much time. I watched a video from Amazing PSM. I don't know if you've ever watched his videos. He's really good content creator. All things Spider-Man, but he was talking about like the MCU trilogy and how the side characters compared to the Raimi trilogy just aren't as in depth. Like Ned is more comic relief, while Harry actually has layers and development, and it pales in comparison. So I won't deny
I agree.
the Home trilogy doesn't excel on that front.
yeah, and like even if it's more comedic, that like they could have still done something. Like I understand it being more lighthearted because it's like in high school, you know what I mean? When they're like 15. Like I remember like a few years ago when I was like that age, you know, like we didn't really take shit seriously that often, you know what I mean? But we still had stuff, you know what I mean? They could have still done something. Like with like one idea, right? Like with MJ, right? Like I'm pretty sure No Way Home or something alludes to the fact that she doesn't have like a good relationship with her dad or something. I could be wrong. Like they could have really done something with that, you know?
They could have, yeah. And I'm hoping this is where Brand New Day kind of fixes all that. Like this could be the chance to actually put Ned on his Hobgoblin arc. Like we should let that happen.
God.
No.
Oh my
I'm just saying
God.
it.
No.
Like you know what
I would
you know
not
what
take
I
it
want
seriously.
Ned wasn't the Hobgoblin in the comics. Why does everyone keep saying that? He was framed.
it was Roderick Kingsley.
Yeah, Roderick Kingsley brainwashed him into thinking he was the Hobgoblin so he can cover his own ass.
Yeah, like
I think it'd be funny if they took the leftover gear from the Green Goblin and No Way Home, and they're just like, "Yup, here's the Hobgoblin."
Stop giving them ideas, SK.
all right.
I mean, they could do it. Just saying.
all right.
they could.
I
I
probably
thought
will
of-
now. Marvel probably just
Yeah.
heard what SK said.
Or I just thought of something, right? I just thought they could do the same, like a similar thing, right? Like they could have like Roderick Kingsley like brainwash Ned into doing something. Like I don't know, they could do that.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm tired of Ned. I preferred when he was. I thought No Way Home was kicking him off, but no, they couldn't help themselves.
Yeah, I kind of thought No Way Home was the end of both Ned and MJ.
I
and
can't
then
stand
bringing
Ned,
back
and to be, I
Brand
don't
New
care
Day.
about MJ in the movies either.
Yeah, I
Like,
kind of
okay.
wish Brand New Day kind of made way for like I don't know, we could have like traditional Mary Jane, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it only took 3 movies.
For me, right, I don't think they should abandon those characters. Like, I think they should just develop them and fix them. You know what I mean? That's what I think. Like, I think it would just be too easy to just forget about them, you know? And like, I feel like
I just
Peter
find
would
Ned
like, I
annoying.
don't.
That's all.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's my only reason.
Like,
Like I wouldn't want him back. Like they could try to develop him, but if they keep that annoying attitude that he has or personality that he has, which apparently they are, then yeah, I'm just not interested in him.
yeah.
Yeah,
Ask me
Fair,
if I
like,
give a fuck. Ask me if I give a fuck.
all right, personally, right? Like in Homecoming, I kind of found them funny, but like after, like, I just didn't, especially Far From Home. I, I genuinely
think-
hate Far From Home so much, bro. Like, I hate it more than SK, bro. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I hated it since the first trailer came out. Like, I remember, bro. I was in school, right? I saw the trailer on like my phone or tablet, right? And I was like, yo, I don't give a fuck, you know? I never, I deadass did not watch it until like a few years ago. Like, I think in 2024. Like, I genuinely hate that movie. Like, it's my least favorite. Like, SK and SK's opinion is No Way Home. For me, it's Far From Home. Like, it's like there's nothing redeeming. Like, the only thing I like is like Mysterio, but that's it. Like,
I mean,
like,
Mysterio is
God fucking
hilarious.
damn, bro. What?
Mysterio's hilarious. I love Mysterio.
Yeah, he's funny.
Jake Gyllenhaal's a really good actor too. I think he brought that
Yep.
character to life for me personally.
Yeah, I
Yes,
think he was like unironically he was a great pick.
Yep.
He was, yeah.
Like, bro,
Um,
like, I'm just thinking, like, bro, like, No Way, like, Far From Home is just so fucking bad. Like, I don't know how that even got like greenlit, bro. Like, I'm not even playing, bro. Like, it's like a stain on MCU Spider-Man. Like, I like Homecoming. I like aspects of No Way Home, and then there's just Far From Home, just in the middle, just shit. It just ruins everything for me.
Far From Home killed my grandmother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, what do y'all think about the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon?
It's mediocre.
I think it has elements of good. But other than that, it's not too special. I respect it for trying something different, but I didn't really think
I
it
don't.
stuck.
Yeah, for me, like,
Eh.
it's like when I first watched it, right? Like, I watched it when it was like on Disney XD, right? I loved it. Then, like, when I was in like my pre-teens and like early teens, like, I started to dislike it. And then, like, in my late teens, right, I started to like come around to it. Like, I don't know, like, I feel like their stronger episodes are when Spider-Man's like alone, or he's working with like another hero like Captain America or Iron Man.
I do like those episodes. I do. I think my big problem with the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon though is its over reliance on visual humor and fourth wall breaks. It feels a bit too, I don't know, cartoonish. It's weird to use that word with a cartoon, but it kind of takes away from any too on the nose. Thank you. It takes away from any of the tone they're kind of trying to create.
Oh, Yaddle's in chat. What's up, Yaddle?
All right, for me, like, I don't like the fourth wall, like when he pauses and like just basically explains what's happening. Like, I found that annoying ever since, even when I first watched it when I was like a little ass kid, you know. But like, you know, like the parts where like you see like chibi Spider-Man or like it's some like slapstick joke. Personally, I don't mind that, and I actually find some to be funny because like it kind of reminds me of like the old Teen Titans show.
Yeah, I will say though, I think what I really like is how the Ultimate cartoon kind of made. I kind of like how they made MJ into more of like a more endearing, or I guess useful character. Like, I think episode 7, I think it was the episode 7 of the first season. It was the one where with the Hulk, but I think it was a good chance of showing that MJ can be more than just You know,
Oh,
the
that one
girlfriend,
was
even
pretty
though there's
bad.
previous material that's established that, because without her camera and like her night vision, they wouldn't have known that Zax was invading New York, and they wouldn't have been able to stop him. So
Yeah, but
I think
like,
that was a good example.
I think
Yeah, like
the
that.
problem with that episode is that there's blatant like collateral damage Hulk is causing, and Spider-Man doesn't take it seriously.
I
That is
didn't
also
think
a
Hulk
problem,
would
I
take it
agree,
that seriously.
yeah.
And like this kind of makes me think of something like I feel like they kind of like grabbed like personal characters for like Peter to focus on like the other superhero shit because like besides like a couple episodes like I don't really remember Mary Jane that much, you know.
Yeah, I get that. Like that's the thing though. Like I would say the one thing that will keep me revisiting Ultimate Spider-Man is like the actual good bits of it. There's like genuine great bits in that show. Whereas
Yeah.
compared, I guess Marvel Spider-Man 2017, there's like nothing. Like I don't think there was any soul put into that show at all. No passion or anything. It kind of feels like a rehash of everything Spider-Man has done before, except way worse.
Yep. Like, bro, but yeah, though, like when it gets good, it gets good. Like like Norman, their depiction of Norman Osborn, like that's like one of my favorites. Like, bro, when he became Green Goblin, bro, like that shit was so tough, bro. Like,
That was a great moment.
yeah, like they real like that just to goes to show you, right? Like, there's some promise with that show. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if they focused more on that, like it could have really been like a great Spider-Man show.
Yeah, I think where the series really started to lose me personally was when they did the Web Warriors or the Spider Verse arc. It was kind of like after that, I was like, I'm not really interested anymore. So
Yeah, I think after Web Warriors, that's when I like stopped watching it.
I mean, yeah, it's my stance. Ultimate Spider-Man, there's really are good bits of good in there, but it doesn't really have the staying power as like Spider-Man the animated series or Spectacular Spider-Man. So that's just where I stand with it.
Rick Bell is a horrible voice.
If that's all covered, then yeah, I guess we'll move on to some disagreements we've got in the weight room below. But yeah, good conversation with you two.
All right, thank you for having me. I
Yep.
I would love to see future video on Spider-Man the new animated series if that's ever on the table.
No, yeah, I'm trying to get around to all the shows in general as well. So yeah.
Awesome, that's great. Okay.
Yep.
That was a great conversation with you guys. So
Yeah.
Thanks,
All right,
bro.
have a good one.
all right, I will see y'all later.
Goodbye. All right.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, sir. A locker. You're on the line. What is your disagreement, and tell us why? What? Okay, I'm gonna server mute and I'm gonna unmute in case that's just your background noise. You've got noise, so I'll unmute.
I think he knows.
Alright, muting again. Oh, okay, we got no noise. A
Goodbye,
locker.
sir. You're on the line. What is
What
your
is your
motherfucking
disagreement? Alright, well, you take care. Alright, L. Stabby, what is your disagreement and tell us why? Hello? What is the disagreement? What is the disagreement? What is the disagreement? What is the disagreement? You're on the line! What is your motherfucking disagreement? You're off.
If
Bye.
I eat you,
Don't come back.
if I block you, don't come back.
About block your number. I don't want to have to do that, okay? Don't want to have to do that. Let's see. Anybody else? Anybody else got something they want to discuss? Rose dead. Oh, it's not over yet. I mean, this will be the last call for disagreements if anybody has any. Well, while we wait for someone to possibly join, I think I'm just gonna outline some future content plans. Yeah, so what's his name? Revolver Snake. The whole Arkham Knight thing. He really thinks that he's proved me wrong about the game. He hasn't. He's come back with another video. I'll get to that soon. That'll be a lot of fun. Let's see. Oh yeah, I still gotta cover The Boys Season 5's finale. Cause it's pretty bad.
Boys.
Yeah, worst defenses for Born Again season. To be honest, I don't still know if I'm gonna proceed with that, because I haven't seen that many, if that makes sense. And, I don't know, maybe the disagreement day will just suffice for it. Because, like, a lot of what I'm seeing as far as, like, quote-unquote defenses for Born Again Season 2 is just people crying at the mere idea of criticizing it. Which is, like, okay, I've addressed that before, too. What could I really say about that?
Darkstar.
Let's see, what else do I have planned? Oh yeah, Sonic Forces video. That's coming at some point. Oh yeah, there's a response to Brandon the Awesome I gotta make, because he thinks he got me. Somehow. Let's see, anything else? I think that's most of the recent stuff to expect. Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Yeah, I want to watch Earth's Mightiest Heroes at some point. I have one about Dex and Born Again. Okay, Larry, hop in. Now is a good time, if you have one. A second video with the Snake guy. Yeah, the Revolver Snake guy, he is coping, like, ridiculously hard. It was really... I watched the video. It was very funny. Like, his main tactic seems to be skip over the evidence, and I don't have to address it. Daredevil Born Again Season 2 was so bad that even defenders can't defend it. Yeah, I was expecting a larger turn up for Born Again defenses, but yeah. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna cover the other gaming sins on the Arkham games. Cause the stuff I've seen from City was pretty bad. I've seen some people say you can't criticize Born Again because applying logic is dumb, because it's a blind guy who beats up criminals. Yeah, it's like, if it's just that, then it's like, okay, that's not worth a video. There's something ironic about people who are fans of a show that follows a lawyer protagonist and having a major sensitivity to said show being criticized. Yeah. For me, the worst part about videos like Revolver Snake is not even the content, it's the people in the comments defending him like, bro, are we serious? Yeah, like, I can't take... If you actually think what he says has value...
What's up, Larry?
I can't take it seriously. What's up, Larry?
What's your disagreement, Larry?
Hi. You guys can hear me?
What's
Yes,
up, Larry?
you are very loud.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
No, that's good. I could just lower.
Loud Larry.
Yep, I can be loud sometimes. Hey guys, I would like to talk about like one that's like that could be potentially be long. I sadly do not have the time since like days like my work shift and I won't be like my days off are kind of like on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. But like if you ever do have a disagreement those days, but right now I can talk about a few short ones, maybe like let's say the voice finale, like what you find a problem with.
The
I
Yeah.
overall
Oh yeah,
Because
well,
I
yeah. I
overall
guess
enjoyed
like if we were to, yeah, we could start with the fight. So the fight I think is probably the worst the boys fight in the entire show. I'm just gonna pull it up because I have access to it. Grab that. Okay, let me just scan through it a bit, so I can like, so I know what to talk about.
I was thinking like
So they go in the base, or not the White House. Just a guy. We're gonna do a Born Again focused one as well. Born Again / Punisher One Last Kill. So they enter the White House. They see the Deep there, and like just from the jump, this whole fucking plan is dumb. They talk with the Deep, and then Starlight goes after him, throws him out of the White House, which, okay, yeah, he gets thrown out. But if that's the case, like, okay, why don't you just drop him off from numerous blocks away and fly right back? You don't have to fight him.
I guess like in that case it's it's either like one or two things. Either Starlight want to be like, hey, like maybe like because of how like the way like Homelander's been treating the Deep for so long, like maybe just maybe so like, hey, either maybe you can either join us or you can just like just go away.
Right, but
'Cause at this-
they don't need to do that. She could just drop him off from far away and then fly right back. There's no reason to do this when the priority should be Homelander.
I can imagine it could also be a case of, oh, what if they like just contacts Homelander saying, hey, we're already here, and like.
But he's
And,
on
like,
TV.
because
He
even if-
can't take calls right now.
I'm pretty sure like.
And
someone
he
could
also
be like,
doesn't
hey,
really care about the Deep. Like, why would he have contact with him?
Who wouldn't? Wait, what are you talking about again? I'm confused.
I'm talking about why Starlight didn't throw the Deep far away and fly right back, versus what she does in the show where she just stays with him for the longest time. And like, I mean, it gets even worse too. Like, so she gets in the fight, she tries to convince him. We'll get to how she does that later. But she argues with him, which is, again, unnecessary. And then once that doesn't work, she stays in fights when all she has to do is go back to Homelander. She doesn't have to fight him.
Again, I probably like to me it's I guess like it's just a case of like, well, what if like Deep contacts other soup and be like, hey, so then you guys know,
But who?
like other soups is like.
And also,
maybe, like, you
Homelander
could've,
could do the same thing. Also, with like, what communication could he use for that?
You can either just find a phone or something like that.
So he just has all of the numbers memorized?
Oh, no. I'm pretty sure it's like maybe like some public heroes that are like available that are like on
But, like-
Vaught's homeline.
But who, though?
I'm not sure if like there's a specific one I can name, but
Like,
think,
they weren't
like,
expecting any other villains to show up. Or whatever, you know. That wasn't the expectation.
sure, because like
And, like, they're at a beach. It's far away from the city anyway.
well, like we don't know like what kind of beach that is. It could be like there's like some buildings nearby, or like a
Well,
thing.
hang on. Let me try and track what's going on. So your argument is that the Deep could contact other heroes to help Homelander?
Yeah, or like, at least try to warn Homelander, just be like just something to because I'm pretty sure like as far as the boys and Starlight know is like they don't
How
know
would he-
if like
Well, he's on
How would he
they don't
TV.
know if
do
like
that?
even if he's on TV, it's like a taste of it. They don't know if like the deep is like was totally like disowned by like Homeland, and they're like, okay, maybe.
But
since, like, Starlight didn't know, like-
Starlight mentions that he doesn't care about him.
I think like, well, he doesn't care about the deep, but but the Homelander does care about like Butcher, and so it's like, wait, like, I'm pretty sure at first maybe he'll be like, oh, it's from the again, but then you'll hear like, hey, Butcher's inside the building. It's like, oh, okay, and that like got us.
I mean,
It's
I
like,
don't even understand how
I'm-
this is
I'm
like
getting lost
relevant
again.
because like
Well, I'm
they're
just-
fighting
Okay,
all the
but-
soups in the building. Anybody could do the same thing.
Okay, so here's the thing. Firstly, I don't think anyone respects the deep enough to take him seriously. Secondly, they're doing it on live TV anyways. And third, how could he contact anyone when he doesn't have a phone on him?
I think like I think he could like run like quickly like find either like some pedestrian or like again.
Well, like
some
even
buil-
setting that aside, we already addressed that it's on TV. Like calling would like I didn't even think of this at first. Calling wouldn't even do anything.
I was gonna say, couldn't he also like just contact like the White House security and let them know like there's intruders inside
Well,
and all
again,
that?
it doesn't matter. It's on TV.
I think like, well, is it the entire White House or it's just the Oval Office?
They're confronting Homelander while he's addressing the nation.
But that's like, they didn't like, yeah, I'm sure they contacted like all them. All right.
Like, there's
I
no
guess, like,
reason
to
for
me,
her to
it's-
like have the fight. Like, it's just a waste of time.
Maybe like it's just also, I guess like I guess like to me a part of it does have to come with the whole like maybe like or like Moana, maybe like this is like one of like her chance to get to like maybe like convince the deep to where it's, hey, considering how Homelander treated you, maybe it's
But-
just a case of
Why would she
She's,
do
like,
that
getting the
though?
deep to help.
Like,
All right, so if she does that, fine. Why doesn't she leave the moment the deep rejects it and keeps fighting her? Why not just fly away? Just go, okay, you won't change, fuck you, and just poof, go away. Keep in mind,
guess,
she
like-
almost dies. She almost dies because of this. Like the deep almost gets her killed.
I guess in that sense, like yeah, if maybe like I'm trying to think. Like, and this is the thing I was thinking like maybe it's like, I always assume like maybe like on some level she wants to also like at least like just like hit him for what he did to her, but her a long time ago. But other than that, I do agree. Like maybe like maybe it could be a case of like, oh, the deep has like something that just grounds her down, and I don't know. Like, I guess in that sense, I do kind of really maybe she could have just been like, oh, okay, fine, Eve.
yeah, she just
don't know.
she like completely wasted time. She probably could have stopped Butcher from killing Homelander there.
I guess if I don't know, I'll have to think about that more. But like, is there anything else you want to discuss about the finale?
Yeah, so they get into the Homelander's like office or whatever. They go to Butcher breaks in. Now, Butcher was basically one-shotted in the first episode, so how does he last like even a minute with Homelander? He gets like
I guess
lasered,
like
and then he could still fight. And this is V1 Homelander.
I'm not sure if like V1 Homelander like increased his like his strength due to V1. I just assume like it just made him immortal, because when I looked it up, it's like, as far as I can tell, it's just a case of, oh, he just made him immortal, all that.
Well, I assume it did something to his powers because his powers were going haywire when he got V1 in the first place. But
I
like
think
even
V1
then,
wouldn't-
even if we set that aside, he didn't have V1 when he one-shotted Butcher. So there's no way that Butcher just is in the fight.
I forgot. Like, was like Butcher like confronting Homelander, or was it a case of like
It was
like
Butcher and Kamiko that were confronting him. They both should be killed immediately. Or in Kamiko's case, like just taken down.
Or in the Oval Office.
In the Oval Office, like he should just slice them immediately.
I guess because like again because like the V1 that was in Butcher's like cancer, which
no,
is,
but
like, sympathized
Butcher lost immediately in episode 1.
Oh, like when he was like fighting Homelander.
Yeah, he was basically one-shotted.
I guess like this is a case of like I guess it's a case of like during the Oval Office scene, like maybe like what Homelander like like he can like increase or decrease like power of his lasers. I can imagine like during the first fight during episode 1 is a case of like him just like doing it more, but during the Oval Office, he wants to take his time and like and trying to beat Homelander is like only like doing just enough to like like knock him down a bit.
I mean, I don't
Can you hear
know. Yeah, I don't really know what would justify Butcher lasting this long. Like they showed early that he would just get killed or taken out of the fight easily.
Well, that's the thing. Like you look at like if you like look at the like how like Homelander was like perked up when like Butcher finally came in. It's like, oh wow. And it's like that's like one of the few things that like makes him happy considering whenever he was home.
Yeah, but he still took him out, and he's still getting mad in the scene because they're ruining what he's doing. So he wants them taken out. Like Butcher's pushing him around. He's able to contend with him. He's throwing him around. I don't know how he's doing any of that. He can stop Homelander from like flying into him. He could just take all of his lasers.
Hold on. I guess like it's a case of like like I think I remember like like maybe this is a case of like with like considering it's after like a while, like maybe like Homelander Butcher again like trains more with his powers and overall over time was able to like
Where's the
actually,
training?
like,
Where's the training though? Where's that in the show?
on the show.
Yeah, where's Butcher
I guess it's, like,
training?
Butcher train. I'm not saying like it's a case of like like we just see like on-screen training. It's just a case of like okay, I think at that point like from like episode 1, Butcher decides to like
in the third last episode, he
something.
was struggling against Bombsight, who was not even more powerful than fucking Soldier Boy, let alone Homelander. So how can we go from that to losing, like Homelander losing to him? Is Bombsight more powerful than Homelander? Is that what we're gonna go with?
I'm just like kind of looking over some this real quick. But like hold on. I guess like I guess it's a case of like wait, I forgot like did like Butcher like knew that like Ryan was gonna come over? I'm trying to remember.
No, he didn't. I mean, it wouldn't change anything.
I guess...
Like he can't win. He can't last a minute with him. And that's the problem with Ryan too. Ryan got beaten easily by Homelander. Like, how do they win this fight? It's not possible.
Yeah, Homelander, while holding back, beat Ryan in 3 really light hits.
I guess like again, because I guess it's like it's one of those cases of like Homelander still, despite claiming like I'm still getting mad, is still like holding it's like holding back. It's like he wants to like drag this out. Maybe
Why
like
would he want to
makes-
drag this
like,
out? They're interrupting him addressing the
Especially-
nation, and he's getting mad in the
Especially
scene.
that he's clearly scared of Kamiko. He was trying to run away from her till Ryan hit him.
Yeah, he tried
I
escaping the
guess
wanna
scene.
be
because
there
like
anymore.
because unlike Soldier Boy, who has like has like consistent use of the power, Kamiko is still like figuring it out. It's like you can tell like it's short circuiting. So maybe like to Homelander's like, okay, this is
That's,
like
that, he
not
still
becoming,
sees
like,
that as a risk, though. Like, you can
Yeah,
literally...
Homelander's known to be a paranoid character. Why would he not, make sure that...
You also see it in the acting,
You know.
like, Anthony Starr's performance basically shows he's stressed, he's angry, he doesn't want to deal with this. So why would he hold back?
I guess it's a case of like.
Also, this just makes him look bad. Oh, you're a god, but you get beaten by these three people? That just makes him look bad in that regard. So why would he hold back?
I guess like I guess it's a case of like, well, I guess in that case it's like, it's like I guess he doesn't ultimately care about like what people think of him like too much at this point. Like, at this specific point, I think it's just the case. I think
that's
ultimately
not-
it's the case of like, oh, he just allows this.
That's
Like,
not
because, like,
that's not true though. He has a whole speech about how he's God now and he's their savior. Like, that's why he's addressing the nation, because he cares how people perceive him.
I think like I think to me I was like, I'm sorry, it's just like I'm just not used to. I think in terms of like I guess like because like how like in previous seasons he's like he like underestimates people, but then like as it keeps going on and on, it's like again I think at that point it's like, well,
why
I
would he
have people-
underestimate them if they have a counter to his to the V in his system?
Well, again, like Kimiko was like short circuiting, not used to it. It's like, and sure,
Yeah,
he did
but
try to
again, it
run away, but it's
doesn't.
like,
Again, it doesn't match his attitude in the scene. In the scene, he sees this as a risk. He sees this as something to worry about. Why would he hold back in
Sure,
that
but-
context?
I guess because again, like because now like since Ryan's there and now like Ryan's there.
But even beforehand,
no.
like, he would have destroyed them. And even then, I don't believe that. He beat Ryan easily. We showed that earlier. And like, this is the same guy that's fine with lasering a guy in public.
I guess like again, like as we seen before, like he tried lasering Kimiko and like Butcher, and that didn't work. And then like
Yeah, that.
I think
Why
the reason
didn't
why
it
he
work?
didn't, like, huh?
Why didn't it work?
Like
Like, why
guess, like,
can he
because, again,
one-shot these characters or take them out easily earlier, but he can't do it now? And if he's this weak, then what's the whole point of this 5-season-long arc where they're basically struggling against Homelander because he's the most powerful? Like, what this scene tells me is that if this were to make any sense, then the entire 7 could just beat him up, which makes the whole plotline look stupid.
I guess like Yeah, I guess like in this point, it's like one of those cases of like yeah, I'll have to think about this later, but yeah, I think like I guess it's just a case of like, oh, like before, like I think it's really is a combination of like because like Butcher's tactical mind, like Ryan's surprise, and like Homelander, despite claiming all that, is still kind of like holding back because like because on some level he ultimately never wants to kill like Butcher, because to him it's like Butcher is like
He doesn't
one
even.
of the
But
only few people
again, he doesn't have to
respects.
do that. He didn't kill him when he took him out in episode 1. He didn't have to kill Ryan either.
Well, he didn't kill them because like he's like
Well, yeah. My point is
like,
that it's
that's
very
loosely speaking
easy.
about. I'll have to like look over that scene later, but I guess like at this point it's like, yeah, I guess like I guess to me the doyless is I guess like to me like the doyless reason is because of how like the budget of the show wasn't increased, and because of like how like either the actors like
I mean, that's just the
like
side thing.
wages
Like,
increased.
maybe the budget wasn't
Eh.
increased, but like that's still an in-universe thing. That's the focus of the point.
Yeah, I think it just really just like comes down to whole like Homelander is just ultimately holding back, and like even if like
Yeah,
despite
but
all of
why?
his
Like, why would he hold back? Like, we keep going back to this. There's like zero reason he has to hold back, especially in this context. And even then,
Why
he
not
doesn't.
at least kill Kamiko? Because if he's
Yeah.
fine, if he doesn't want to kill Butcher because he toys with him, fine. Why not at least murder Kamiko? Why not just rip her in half? She shouldn't stand a snowball's chance in hell against Homelander. She almost died to fucking Stormfront in like season 2.
Yeah.
She didn't stand a chance against Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy literally one-shotted her in season 3. So I don't know how we can go from that to fucking she can withstand even a single punch from Homelander.
I guess. Oh yeah, you know what? I guess because like I guess the reason why like one of the blasts like didn't like from Homelander's blast didn't kill like Go is because of how like she's ultimately like she has like radiation like inside her, which I guess like it makes like her body like durable to Homelander's attacks. So like because of how
How
like
does that work?
I guess like because
When
like,
was that
you know,
even
like, the laser
said?
beams. Huh?
That's never implied or established.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
guess
if
we-
that's in the show, they should genuinely tell us that.
Also, someone in chat saying Kamiko could just regenerate her body afterwards. Yeah, but that takes time. He could still laser each part off.
Homelander can literally rip her head off and kick it like a football into space.
Yeah.
How's she gonna regenerate that? Also, it is established that her regeneration has a limit and she'll eventually die. Like, do you guys genuinely believe Homelander doesn't have what it takes to overwhelm her regeneration and kill her? Also,
Yeah,
I've never seen her survive her head being ripped off or her losing her head. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. I don't remember that in the show.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, right? I think we've already. It's pretty extensive how this part just doesn't make sense. So we'll just move on to the other part.
All right.
Yeah. So I don't know how long that fight with the Deep took in comparison to Homelander. It doesn't seem to take that long in comparison. So I don't know what took her so long to come back here. Maybe she just stood there for no reason. Oh yeah, the Deep's death. How does he die from an octopus?
Well, as shown seeing the
He
show,
he
like
survived swimming under the Mariana Trench.
Yeah.
If
He's also durable
Well, like-
enough that Mother's Milk literally says he wouldn't know how to kill him.
well, like I guess like because in the show, like to me, it's like one of two reasons. Either one, that octopus like went up his butt, his like bunghole, or he went through like the gills that that it's like in around the abdomen of the deep.
Yeah, but his jaw gets ripped off.
I can
Yeah.
imagine like maybe like there's like a super. I can imagine like there's like a there's like a big old squid or kraken down there.
Also,
So
why
we're
would the
like-
deep just not prevent that from happening? Why would he not grab the tentacles and fight back?
yeah. Also,
Well,
I,
as
I
shown
don't.
before, it's
We're basically headcanoning creatures in the universe to justify this. Like,
I guess like the reason why he doesn't like just fight back is primarily because again, like as shown before, he has a deep affinity for the sea creatures, and
I mean,
not
he
if
would
they're
want them
trying
to
to
kill him. He could.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to kill the octopus to make it like grab its arm from grabbing him or beating it up so it runs away because it's still an animal.
again, I think it's a case of like, I think like someone also made the theory is the fact that like a lot of the time the sea creature is the fact that like hold on, I remember like someone's
Well,
theory about
if it's a
this,
theory,
about-
like I don't care if it's a theory. Like,
no,
we want what's in the show.
I'm trying to be like, I think on some level, like, you guys believe that the deep ultimately subconsciously just wanted to die and all that.
No, that's completely made up.
Again, like, I just think it's.
I
just
mean,
a
if that
case
was
of,
in
like,
the show, I'd actually think that would be an improvement, but it's not.
again, like I think this is a case of like, oh, it's like, I think to like the deepest like, because of how like, again like, since like as he was told before, like, hey, you can't get in water and all that. It's like, well, if he did, why not just like go out and say that guy before if he's super strong? I think on some level, it's like it's like I think it's really is just the case of like, oh, there's probably either like a case of like, oh, his insides is just not as durable as his outside, and that's the reason why like the squid like managed to like came out of his mouth and just killed him, because which is like how like
No, you would still need a super durable jaw. And not like you would still need that. Like his inside
guess,
also
like,
has to be super durable. That's how he has super durability, like in his muscles as well, or his bones.
I guess it's also okay. Can you like I guess like because of how like like how like marine biology works, and since like the entire ocean was against the deep, could also be like microscopic, like from like microscopic things, fish to squids and all that. I think it's just a case of like, well, I think like other other like life in the ocean was like pulling them down, while the giant squid, like cause like even like deep sea squids can come up and like maybe like crawl up his thing, it's like go do like the gills inside him, and was like able to like hold him down. And
Again, like we already addressed, like he still has to be durable inside.
but
Like he
wait,
tanked
really?
a
'Cause, like,
dumbbell to the face and dropped like really high.
but yeah, that's because again,
Also,
he's like
remember,
durable outside.
remember, if he was weak on the inside, then he would have died in season 3 because Butcher and MM agree they don't know how to kill the deep. And they killed Translucent. They killed Translucent by shoving a bomb up his ass. So if they fucking like, if they thought that would work, it would have worked. But it obviously is something even they don't think would have worked on him. Probably because he swam down to Mariana Trench and didn't die.
Yeah, he's also like a master swimmer. He can't just avoid it. He can't fight back. He couldn't leave.
Again, I just think because again, as we see in the sea, it's like all the marine life was like surrounding him and all that, both underwater
but this
and
is
overhand.
like this is the boys' equivalent of Aquaman.
Yeah, this is a superhuman that can bully the shit out of these kind of creatures. Like the Deep is definitely not one of the most powerful soups in the verse, sure, but he should at least be like able to deal with sea creatures. He overpowered the second Black Noir, who was able to take a Gatling gun. What sea creature can like even get close to that level of power?
I guess like to me it's just a case of like, well, there's like again like trying to think.
Also, if the Deep was apparently this weak, then why did Starlight shoot him in the water to begin with? After beating him up.
Again, it's the case of like, well, like again, since she wasn't planning on killing him, I guess it's the case of
Starlight was able to survive a high caliber sniper rifle round to the chest, multiple high caliber rounds in the first season of the show. And like the Deep was almost about to win that fight. Like she barely beat him. So he's clearly powerful enough to deal with characters that can survive getting shot. So what sea creature is even close to that?
Also, why didn't Starlight save him?
Again, like because
well, in fairness, I'm pretty sure she was too far to like even fully understand what was going on.
Judging by her reaction, not really.
Well, she was more like, "What the fuck? He died?" Like she didn't see it really.
Yeah,
that's my assumption at least.
Yeah, that was trying. That was it. Like also, she was just trying to be like, okay, maybe like after like trying to fight her, I'll try to like trying to
But it's still stupid that she would hit him into the ocean because she doesn't know that she doesn't know that. She
I think at that point she was like,
yeah, if you're gonna say that he's not that durable, then why would she be okay with doing that?
I'm not saying he's not durable. I'm just trying to say like his insides, like considering how like this
yeah,
has been a
but
thing with,
if
like,
your insides are not that durable, then he can't take that.
So why didn't Butcher and Mother's Milk shove a bomb up his ass when they knocked him out in season 4 and kill him?
Did they even have like a bomb at that point?
They have a Gatling gun. Shove that up his ass and shoot him.
Would they even have time to like undress him, like try and like insert that Gatling gun inside him, or is that a case of they didn't have time to?
They said they didn't know how.
Yeah, that's what they literally said. They literally said, "Do you know how to kill the Deep? Because I sure as hell don't. We have to leave."
Yeah, but like I said, like okay, like again, the Gatling gun thing is just a case of like, well, were there like any other heroes or like coming to like help the Deep at that time, or was that just a case like, well, they had plenty of time to like do all that? Because again, like I'm pretty sure like you will have to like position the gun in such a way that's like, okay, in a way that's like, okay, we gotta put it in a way that's like address him, position it right so it can get like, and like having like to open his anus just like to make sure like the bullets go in, or try to put the try to like insert the Gatling gun inside like
or like
his butt. It's like it's just a case of like, well, they didn't have like any other like explosives in him, just like the bomb to like entirely bomb it out. I just think that's just a case of like, well, since we don't have like anything to insert it with him, do you have any else idea how to kill him? And it's like, no.
Well,
like,
no,
okay,
that's not
we
what
have
he
to
said.
leave.
He said that they don't know at all.
They don't know at all.
Yeah, they have
So
no
it's
clue
like,
how to kill the Deep. That's why the Deep doesn't die in season 4.
well, again, like I said, like, do they have like any explosives with them? That's what I'm trying to say. With like
Once
in season 4, during
once
that
it,
like scene.
I don't even think it matters because he says he doesn't know at all how to kill him. Which implies that they don't think that would work, because if they did, they would have just tried it again, because it worked on Translucent. And yet, and honestly, he's knocked unconscious. Why not just bring him to an area where you can shove a bomb up his ass? Do what they did that to Translucent. They captured him, remember? Just do that again. Get rid of the Deep.
I would also say like at that time, like, do you think like will they even have like time to like grab him and all that? Consider to
Yes,
even do
because
that?
A-Train is a speedster, and he could just pick him up.
I mean, A-Train could just, like, steal a bomb from an army base if he really needed to. Or you just get gasoline and put it there, and then you can, like, honestly, you could turn almost anything into an explosion if you use gasoline and the proper lighting material.
I guess like it's also they probably like again like it's also a case of like well like I guess in that point it's like it could work, but maybe like they were like this will really want to make sure like okay, even if we do like improvised explosive, we'll we'll will we even be able to have like time to like do it? Will Deep wake up before then, or
Then
or
just have
like
A-Train beat his ass again.
Yeah, just, like, knock him out again and again.
Also, I don't even know why this point matters. In the end of the day, this is the guy who can beat up fucking
Black
you know,
Noir
Annie.
too?
Yeah, Black Noir 2 and Annie. And Annie can survive getting shot by a high caliber sniper.
I guess like to me like, the reason why he was able to beat like Black Noir 2 is because he got the jump on him, and like okay, like he choked him out a bit, and like because again with how like and with Black Noir 2 it's like apparently because of how like you know he doesn't usually do this, he's do this and all that. It's like oh yeah, what the fuck? It's like and then like with like the Deep quickly killing him before like you could do anything. So I'm not sure in a straight fight the Deep would have won against Black Noir 2, but it's like
Yeah, but he's still physically overpowering him because he couldn't get out of the grip.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally what we see. Like, the octopus surrounds his body. He just can't get out of that somehow.
I'm still again I'm just looking over like the show.
Okay.
You know that's the thing that reminds me like despite like how like you know like the VOD commercials do in fact like they try to show like Deep as like a fast swimmer. Do we actually see him like you know swim super fast? Because like most of the time we just see him like you know using like other like marine life like dolphins and whales just like to get around.
He literally swims in the first action scene you ever see him in season 1. He literally jumps in the water and starts swimming.
Like real fast, or is this a case of like or is this showing
Yeah.
like a VOD commercial?
No, it's the first time him and Annie went on patrol together. it was like it was a save for publicity, but like at the same time it was still like him actually swimming. That wasn't like faked or anything like that.
I'll have to like look over that scene again, but it's like it's just a case of like it's just kind of a thing of if he was like at super swimming abilities, like there probably wasn't like that reason he always used marine life all that. You think about it.
What?
I'm trying to look it up. Oh no, I'm trying like to look it up to where it's like if the again I'll have to like rewatch that scene again. It's just a case of like,
Also, we should assume that he would be a fast swimmer because he has super strength and super speed, like super reflexes.
How does he get
That would just
around
inherently
to
make him
the?
faster at swimming.
How does he get around to the Marianas Trench? If like it takes so long for him to swim.
so long from swim. I guess again, like his body is like super durable. So even if like let's say he has the speed of an Olympic swimmer, but like super swimming abilities, like I can imagine like he just like goes down there for a little bit because he's super durable and has gills. So like
Yeah, but
can,
like you
survive
understand,
it.
if you swim at like normal speed, that's gonna take forever.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like looking it up. And it's like as trying to look it up.
All right. Well, let me just look at the
I
chat.
guess like I don't know. I'm just looking it up, and for the deep, as far as I can tell from other people, trying like talking about it, it's like doesn't really seem to have like super speed while swimming. But like I'm gonna have to look over like season 1 again just to be sure. But
Yeah,
otherwise,
but
if you want to like move on,
well, even just thinking about it logically, if he has super strength, which we know he has, he must have some form of faster swimming than a normal human.
I'm sure he could swim faster than a human. But it's a case of like, well, considering how like he mostly like uses like sea creatures to get around more often, it's like a case of
But
like, well,
he doesn't swim
even
at
if
all
he-
though.
So yeah, like I said, like how do you think he was like? If that's the case, how do you think he was able to reach Mariana Trench if he doesn't like swim?
Yeah. I would imagine he would have to have some kind of swimming ability to do that.
I think to me it's just a case of like because like how like VOD is trying like trying like to keep his image up during like the earlier seasons and how like he either tends to lie or exaggerate. It wouldn't surprise me at all if some of his his like features just like while some true, others are just like exaggerated enough that it is just a case of like some parts of it's just not true, you know. And I think in this case, if with the whole like, why doesn't the deep swim faster? I think it's because of how like again his reluctance to really harm sea creatures and how it's like
They're trying to
and
kill
like
him
how
though.
he was act mode and all that. It's like
But
I can
they're
imagine like he wasn't
trying
like
to kill him.
yeah. In that case, it's like and because of how like like not always smart tactical deep is. It's I can see it as a case of like well he's just like too much of a panic mode to really think of over. He gets overwhelmed fast. Couldn't like, and thus like and because of like how his reluctance to actually harm his like former friends of the sea, they managed just to get to like crawl up to like have like that giant squid like penetrate his insides and just kill him But that
Yeah,
would get, like, it has to
that
be like
doesn't. That
octopus.
still
They can
doesn't
also,
make sense.
I still think it does. It's just a case of like, well, I think that's one thing I think I will agree with agree with you about the show. Like maybe they could have like introduced a case of like, oh, we during like VOD testing, just like how they did in the animals in like season 4, they also like tested some with squids. They somehow got out, but because there was a problem with that, they just just let them. It's like either like they didn't know about him or like just let them loose just to test them out. And this could have like been a nice callback to whereas, oh yeah, like this particular squid also has like compound V inside them, which
Where's that in the show
like could have
though?
been like like how like the farm animals, like they tested on the farm animals. This was like
Yeah, but those are
season
farm
4.
animals. They're not sea creatures.
No, I said like this is the one that I kind of agree. Like, yeah, I think like maybe they could have like introduced like ways like not only the fact that they tested on the farm animals, but also on other creatures like sea life and all that. I think that could have been like a good cool like callback and like be
No,
like,
yeah,
okay,
they could have done that. It's just none of that's in the show, so we can't. Really
I guess like to me like right now it's just a case of like based on how like real life squids like in deep ocean reach like can reach like big heights and like bigger than like the largest whale. I think this is just a case of like, well, there's probably like some of them like, came up there and killed like because of that. Again, it's just a case of like, it's like one of those things that makes me go like, especially as I think like the deep got his comeuppance. Like, there's always a case that just makes me go like, like considering like in the comics it's like Deep survives, but he's like, like the Deep there survives, but it's like he doesn't even try like to beat Homelander while I mean he doesn't try to beat like Butcher while he's in the Oval Office, and he just ran to the ocean and all that. I was like, a part of me does make me go like, maybe he could have like survived, but it's just a case of like, well, his reputation, even if Vought does come back, does like Stanford like Stefan also comes back into power. The Deep has been so humiliated. It's like he's not even. Maybe he could have just had a case of like, oh, we just see him like one like living in a shack or somewhere else and entirely forgotten. I think like whether or not he dies or not, like it's always just gonna be a case of like we just knew like the Deep's life is over. It's just when.
All right, yeah. We'll go to the next thing.
Yeah, but other than that, yeah. What's the
yeah. So the whole resolution, they treat it like, oh, Homelander just done, so that's it. They win. They still haven't taken down Vought.
Yeah, I guess that's also kind of an issue within like the comics as well. This like, despite the fact like, well, in that.
Well, no,
in
the comics Vought gets completely fucked over.
Oh, really? Because like I guess I remember like in the end it's like because like Vought like reorganized and all that, and I think maybe that is in the case in like the epilogue comics, the stuff that came like after like the comics finale of that. I guess like and I guess like here is to also show that like well at the same time it's like Vought at this point like Vought, despite coming back into like the good graces of the government, is still being scrutinized, a lot of it, and they still and then like Stefan says like, okay, we're gonna be working with the Bureau of Superheroes thing, and like you have like the new president that is gonna keep an eye on them, and I think like other spin-offs will like go more over just like how in the Boys comics. I think it's a case of like because they can't like resolve everything in the mainline series, the spin-offs will like
Yeah, but why would they not
show...
at least resolve the main like driving conflict of the entire show?
Of what?
Vought.
Of
like at least kill off Stan Edgar.
I think what the creators of the show will do with some of that is just, instead of like killing them off, because like again, even if you kill off kill him off? Like, wouldn't like someone new take his place and all that?
Yeah, but at least a bad person like dies for what he's done.
Well, that's also the thing with like Stefan
I
and
mean,
like
like that's the thing with
still.
Homelander. Someone's gonna take Homelander's place anyways, so I guess his death is technically pointless.
The thing is, in the comics, like, like, Stillwell, like in comics, is like, like the main operating guy of like the boy of like VOD, and then future comics, like, it does show that like overall his plan of like trying to revitalize VOD just goes bad, and it's like
Yeah, exactly.
Immortals
Why
is,
didn't
like,
why couldn't the show do something like that?
I think it's because like it's just a case of like trying to leave it open ended to where it's like other
Yeah,
writers and
for
other like
spin-offs.
can like have like inner spin-offs want to be like either expand on that or like just a case of, like, well, because like right now the show is like was geared more towards Homelander and all that, and then like as like this as like the and as like more and more like spin-offs comes on, we'll see more of like VOD either going through more and more like trouble times to the point of like we can like actually see like the company either going under and all that. I think this is just a case of like, well, right now with Homelander taking like much of the spotlight, they want to get like again like save like thoughts either disillusionment or like total like reorganization to like a better corporation in like future spin-offs. Again, like 8 episodes, I feel as if like probably isn't enough to like go like just speed run through all that. Because considering how like influential Quad is and how much like it ties itself into not only the
I
military
mean, isn't
but
that like the
economy.
problem with the show in general, that they lost the plot seasons ago, so now they just don't have enough time to do what they need to do? I mean, here's the thing: if you can't get rid of all of Vought, or at least make Vought like meaningfully crippled at the end of the show, which I don't buy, you could still write that in somehow. At least kill Stan Edgar for what he's done. I don't understand the mentality that the show thinks that the abused child that grew up to be a monster deserves to die an embarrassing, horrible death, but the guy who fucking caused it all and worse gets to live and do it again. And Huey is just happy with that. It's ridiculous.
I guess like to him it's like, well, like as far as we can tell, like the embarrassing death was because like again to Homelander is like it was caused by Butcher, who is like has every right to basically want to kill like Homelander for what he did to his life and all that. I guess like
Butcher
any
has
other
every
character
right to
who
want to kill Stan Edgar too. Stan Edgar caused all this.
and I think he was also gonna try doing that with the whole like like unleash the virus thing to where it's like with a lot of soups dying and like that would have crippled like Vought, and it's just a case of like, well, I guess like to him it's like, well, Stanford isn't there, he probably doesn't know like where he is. Stanford and like Stanford would have like at that point probably would have either gotten better security or better hiding, and to Butcher it's like as of right now it's like Stefan, despite being the guy leading it, it's just like it probably is. It's like the same case of like, well, he's not the target ire, and again, he was planning on like just releasing the virus, which again would have like ultimately crippled.
My point isn't like how it is in the show. My point is just in general, why the fuck is there no conclusion to the actual main problem that the story presented? The story was talking about corporate corruption, not Homelander being evil. And the show just forgot that and then just made it about Homelander's dead, so we saved the city. When no, you didn't.
Well, no,
you didn't do anything.
I don't think like it's a case of, like, well, oh, the city is saved, and, like there's normal problems after that. It still leaves it like open ended for like again.
Yeah,
like,
but the main problem that like caused all the misery and tragedy is still out there, and all the characters are ignoring it.
I guess at that point it's like, well, like as far as like for the boys concerned, they're like the main thing that got them all together was like Homelander and his action. As far as they're concerned, it's like, well, at this point, Homelander's dead. We have we don't
Well,
really
Homelander
know.
didn't bring all of them together. Huey had beef with A-Train, not Homelander. It was A-Train that ruined his life.
Yeah, but like now, like how like
Soldier Boy ruined MM's life. Soldier Boy isn't dead.
as far as I can know, like they don't know like where Soldier Boy is, and as far as like in the
Yeah, but
Sure.
my point is my point is isn't why it happened. My point is that it did happen, and it means that there's no good conclusion to the story. There's a lot of like loose plot threads that they're clearly never going to address.
they're
Is
never gonna
MM never
address-
going to get his revenge on Soldier Boy? Is that just not a thing?
I guess like to me, it's like a case of like, well, let's say like again, Vault Rising does in fact show like
Oh my God.
Soldier Boy.
Well, that's another thing. Why do I have to watch a different show to get the fucking ending to something that was set up in season 3 of this show? Why do I have to do that?
I guess like to me, it's like a case of like, well, considering how like usually these episodes are now like 8 episodes. I guess like to me, it's like okay, when you watch like back to back, it's the case of like, well, now it's like a case of like I understand this was like a case like if like with longer seasons like those from like used to be like 21 or over kind of episodes. Now it's just like this is like 8 episodes, and if like they're like released side by side after like all like let's say Vault Rising's done, you can like go back and forth and all that. I guess to me it's just a case of like well, as far as Mother's Milk is concerned, like as far as I can tell, you don't know where Soldier Boy is. Maybe he died in some fighting, or maybe he's somewhere else. But as far as he knows, like okay, right now I just want to like for as far as like the boys are concerned,
Well,
like I just want to like
Okay, but it seems like you keep trying to logically explain why it didn't happen. My problem isn't that like it doesn't make sense that it didn't happen even. I don't care about that. My problem is that it didn't happen, so there's a lot of loose story threads and this show's over. This is like how is this an ending to a show? I'm not like there's no satisfactory thing at all. They didn't resolve the major conflict of the entire series. They didn't fucking kill Stan Edgar or at least punish him somehow. No, like nothing happened except for a single like villain died. A villain who's also a victim of Vought. All that I just saw is a traumatized child get beaten to death, and then they just ignore the actual like problem.
as much as I can, also I know like yeah, Homelander was treated like childhood was treated badly. It's just also the case of like at that point, it's like at this point. He is a full-grown adult. He is the strongest hero ever. He could have.
No, yeah, I agree.
He
I'm not
could've
defending
changed.
Homelander for being evil. What I'm pointing out is that the story is more focused on this evil person who's evil because of the system, but ignores the system that causes them to be evil.
I guess like it's just a case of like, well, considering how like you know
The
like,
show isn't
again,
being mature. The show is just going that the generic evil McBad guy is dead, so problem solved.
again like I guess like as far as like, the boys is concerned, is like well, it looks like with like the president, like the new president coming in and open up the Bureau of Investigation for Superheroes, and considering how like they would have like more resources, more resources and all that. Considering how like they worked with Stefan, it's like okay, it worked with Stefan before. I can imagine like this is a case of like even if we do just go after, I guess to them it's just a case of like we managed to like help save the world from home. Like Butcher, our leader, died because like is dead. And as far as they're concerned, like for them it's like well unless like Soldier Boy comes back Mother's Milk like doesn't really have a reason to still go after Vought, because like now he wants to like not only get his life together with like his wife, but also wants to help like raise Ryan and all that. And like Kimiko is still like off.
I'm getting lost
trying to,
what
like,
your
look for
point
her.
is.
I think it's like to me it's just the case like well as far as we can tell as of right now, for the boys, like their whole conflict with like this whole thing is like, as far as the film, just done, and especially for Huey, he just wants like to, unless like maybe like it fought again starts to affect his life again, as far as you can tell, he just wants to have like
Okay,
live the normal life.
it seems like every time I'm pointing this out, you keep bringing up like why the characters. I understand why the characters don't go after Vought. I understand what the writing is trying to say. My problem with it is because of this, we don't get an actual finale. The show isn't really over. The story's definitely not done. So like everything just feels pointless. A character who, yeah, sure, should have died. But like a character who definitely should have died, but like wasn't the main problem, is all that happened. Is just died. That's it.
I guess I can understand. I also like understand your point. Going, I guess like to me, it's just a case like, well, it's again like it's still like open and it's still like open enough that whereas any other like spin-offs can like, continue the story. And I do agree, like
But
it's
that's
actually one
my
of the main
issue.
reasons why. I guess like to me, it's just a case of like.
That's definitely my issue, though, is the fact that like it's clearly just here so we can continue to make money off spin-offs and shit. You know, the thing that the boys criticized. They literally criticized the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and now they're doing it.
I guess to me, like it's always like I guess like to me, it's just a case of like as to me, it's like But yeah, I do kind of agree. Like maybe it's like one of those cases of to me, I don't think like it's like to me, it's like I think this issue would have been like would have been solved had like the boys been given like like more episodes. They make 10, like anywhere between like 10 to 12, just to really like wrap up everything it wants to do. But because it's stuck with this whole
they should have just focused on what they were supposed to be doing, which was focusing on the corporate conglomerate shit.
I guess that's also the thing with like with like the comics version of VOD as well, as because like it's the case like by the end of it they managed to still remain in control and all that. And it's really
no, they don't. VOD literally can't do the superhero shit again because Homelander destroyed their reputation that badly.
You sure? Because like again, like, I just remember like watching like the ending of it.
There's literally a scene where like Stillwell literally goes, bad product, and he starts crying because he's fucked and he can't do it anymore because Homelander messed up everything. It ruined the reputation of superheroes. So they tried to rebrand, but it wasn't working. And then eventually, Stillwell becomes a homeless, like insane kook.
I guess in like this way, it's just like as far as like like the creators of the show, they probably just wanted to be like a case, despite everything like the boys have done and all that. It's still a case of that as of right now, because of how like deep entrenched VOD is into the American government compared to like the comics. It's just gonna take a lot. It's probably gonna take a lot more like action from either the government or maybe like any of the boys' characters if they ever come back, and especially in case like if VOD continues to get into more trouble, just to take them down. And that's when like we'll see more and more like the they can like, expand on just how like bad VOD is just gonna go down. And I guess like to me, it's just a case of like, well, it's just the same as any other mega corp in real life. Despite all the problems any of them cause, it just seems as if they fail. And I guess in this way, it's like, in this way, VOD kind of like represents that kind of like the negative aspects of like mega corporations in today's world.
Yeah, but like you could at least like have some kind of resolution to the certain characters in it. Like I would have liked the idea much better if we did get it that Stillwell, you kill Stillwell, he dies for being a piece of shit, and then you can just go, someone else takes control. That would be better. Because then at least it feels like it's like at least the shit gets resolved and it doesn't feel like the characters are just giving up.
I kind of agree with you to the extent, like, yeah, like maybe they could have been like, oh, a new character, but that's always the case of like, I'm pretty sure like that's always the worst part about how like capitalism entertainment, because again,
Yeah,
remember like
if you
as
want
you guys
if
said
you want
like
to do
in
the
HBO
angle,
like the last, if you like let's say the HBO Last of Us season 2 when Joel died, like a lot of people came for Pedro Pascal and a lot of people left. Maybe like to other like creatives and other like executives and like other studios, because they also look at their competitors and see what happens. Because like maybe because again like like the guy who plays like Stefan, like the VOD leader. I forgot his name is, but he plays like Gus, the Gus actor. It's like I kind of forgot his name. It's like if he like were to go, maybe like as far as like the executives or like since he's a popular actor, like oh man, if he goes, maybe a lot of like contingent of fans will also. So that's the reason why they still kept it around for like more spin-offs, and then that's when they'll save it to like when the franchise like ends and when it's like okay, all the and like we're gonna see like more like actors, like just how much famous he. I guess like to me
well,
that's like
yeah,
that's a
I'm
problem
assuming
with
the
like
reason they didn't do it is because it's the actor from Gus Fring, so it's like, oh my god, he's popular, we don't want to kill him. But like that's the problem. The show's just so vapid with this kind of nonsense.
I guess it's sadly the case of a lot of other like shows and movies as well. That's so like as of right now, like I do, it's gonna for me it's gonna be the case of I understand like where you're coming from, and to some extent I agree, but depending on how like the other spin-offs like how like let's say other like future spin-offs treat it, it's gonna come down to where it's like if like let's say the future like let's say Fought Rising does like go back to like say the present and like does all this like solves that revolution from like boys to whereas oh yeah like that like that Vought, especially Stefan, like gets their comeuppance. It's like I think like it can work, and it can be a good case like oh I can like go look through back the boys and go like okay this is going to resolve here, it can get resolved anywhere else, and if it does turn out to be good, that's good. But if it turns out to be bad, then yeah, it is going to make like the like that storyline
Yeah, but
within the boys itself. Even if like this early seasons were good, it's just gonna like like kind of like sour it a bit.
yeah, but why do I have to watch other shows just to get the fucking conclusion to the goddamn like show I was watching?
I guess like to me, it's just a case of like so long as either like you still resolve a couple of plot points within like the first show, and depending on
Well,
how like
what did they really resolve besides killing off like Homelander and Butcher? Really?
as far well like as far as for Huey, it's like well before like again Super A-Train killed his former girlfriend. He was at his lowest point, and he felt like he wanted to do something. But now after stimulusi like like stopping an apocalypse from recurring, whether through Homeland Butcher, getting with Starlight and having a child, and like managing to get back into normal life. I guess to him is like that's his revolution. This is like resolution to whereas okay, his story as of right now has ended. Same with Mother's Milk to whereas like Ryan can still like like considering how like there's talks of making like a spin-off for him, so like he can so his resolutions maybe left for him and Mother's Milk in case Soldier Boy just come back. For Kimiko, hers is more open-ended, same deal. She could either like just try to live a normal life as like a friend she would have wanted, or like in case like superheroes are like going bad again, maybe she can like return as well. So again, it's still the case of they managed to take down the big bad. They have the opportunity to either, and now they have like the opportunity to either return back to their normal life, which some of them do want, or if B come back again. I'm sorry for like my rambling. It doesn't always
No,
make
it's fine.
sense. I guess like anyways like I guess like overall like while I don't think this finale is like let's say even like let's say 7 out of 10, I'm not sure if it's like 2 as a whole, I think overall it's like it just fits that medium of like 5.5, 6 for me. Because again, I
No,
do agree there are problems with it.
When I
just don't
gave
think
it a
it's like
2,
it's like,
I said that about the season. The finale's 0.
oh my god. I don't think it's that bad. I'm not sure if it's that bad, but I'm like, you think it's if it's a 0? Do you think it's just worse
I
than
think-
like Daredevil season?
No, it's not.
You-
It's not. But like I just think like there's nothing good about the writing in the finale. Like I don't think there's a single thing that's good.
I do think like let's say like well like jokes about like you know about the deep and all that and like some of this resolution. So like and especially how like Homelander to whereas to me it's like yeah I think Homelander dying the way he did makes far more sense because like people on Twitter like you
No,
Yeah, like,
I think Homelander's
that
death
side
was
of
done horrifically.
you think it's bad?
Yeah, it's like horrible. The way he dies is stupid. That shouldn't have happened. It's all plot armor. The way he like the dialogue is so ridiculous for him, where he's like, "I'll eat your shit," when that would kill him. Like, okay, that's a bit much. At that point.
No,
And the
actually,
thing
well,
is
thing
that
like,
well, hang on. I'll make a point and then you can go on. And like this whole scene is meant to show us, oh, Homelander's pathetic. Look at him now. It's like, yeah, but I've seen that for like what 2 whole seasons of him being pathetic and a crybaby. I've already seen that. This isn't shocking. They took away from the whole shock.
Yeah, if this was like at the end and he wasn't like that through most of it, I'd understand, but that's not how the show did it.
Yeah.
Again, like I think that at this point is like well because of how like again like I think like the reason why for me this works is the fact that like well considering how like for like nearly all this time he still had the power to either make himself look good or still be powerful. At this moment it's like okay well he can't fly, he's trying to fight Butcher but then realize he's just too outclassed, so now he's like trying to resort to anything from whereas hey I let you live at any point.
Yeah, but he says I'll
let
eat
you
you,
live
I'll eat your shit when that would kill him. You understand? That's like if I said, "Please don't kill me. I'll bite a bullet." Like
Oh,
what?
no, like,
Please
that's the thing
don't
about
kill
it, is,
me.
like-
I'll jump off a bridge. Like what?
Oh no, no. The thing about shit is like, the fact that, like, well, people, like, there happened, hey, yeah, man, like, eating like a shit.
Yeah,
Listen,
SK,
please don't kill
prove-
me.
prove
I'll
that
drink
you could die
poison.
eating shit.
Yeah, like, can you die?
Please
from
don't kill
shit?
me. I'll
Because,
chop
like,
my own head off. Like you see how this is just silly right here. Like why would he say
what?
that?
It's like, well, no, like that's the thing. Eating shit is embarrassing, but will it kill you with this Homelander like? This, like, butcher
It's
shit
actually
is, like,
what Butcher does to him is probably less painful than if he were to actually eat shit.
well, that's the thing about it. This is the first time like Homelander like actually feels like pain for the first time.
How does
First
eating
time,
crap?
Like,
Wait, do I have to explain to you how eating crap is lethal?
that's the thing about it. He even
All
if
right.
like do you think it's gonna immediately kill him? That's the thing about like I said, I don't get it. Like that's the thing. I do get it. It's like yeah, he can't get diseases and all that, but like what Homelander could just do is either like like a normal person get antibiotics and all that, or like go back home.
It wouldn't
his
kill you
apartment.
immediately. It wouldn't kill you immediately, right? But it would like very slowly make you sick and die.
Well, yeah, unless you like just leave it. If you like, let's say, don't do anything about it, you can. It's a
Eating shit from a healthy person is incredibly unlikely to kill someone. Am I really gonna have? All right, let's look it up in the search. But I can't believe I have to explain this.
Well, yeah, in fairness, I'm pretty sure technically it wouldn't kill you.
yeah, it just wouldn't kill.
Well,
I just think at
it's
that point, like,
basically poison.
yeah, it's poison, but it's not like
Yeah,
like,
but
it's
not all
like,
poisons
video
can
games.
kill
It's like-
you. Will like kill you like that.
Yeah, but if you don't get
Yeah.
treated and you just like let it continue, like that is really
Yeah,
bad.
No, yeah, if you don't get treated, I agree.
yeah, but you think Homelander like let's say like okay like Butcher like takes a deuce like Homelander eats it, he gets to live. You don't think like Homelander's just gonna immediately either go to the bathroom to first wash it off and like maybe either go back home to get Compound V, or like just go to a doctor's, like anyone that still supports him and be like, hey, can you just check up on me and make sure I didn't get any like diseases or anything like that? Because like I'm like, because I think about it,
I mean,
yeah,
even
at that point, like Homelander is just trying to say anything just to live at that point.
yeah,
It's like,
and I think that's silly right there.
well, no, that's the thing about it.
I,
To
s-
him,
I
as
still
far
think
as,
I still think it's dumb that he would even suggest that. It's still bad.
it's bad, but at that point, he's just trying to live. At that point, it's like, oh no, I'm actually at risk of dying just to normal means.
Yeah, but how would that convince anyone? I don't get it.
I guess like because again, to Homelander, he more or less kind of like treats his rivalry with like Butcher as like overall a game. Sure, it's a case of like if it comes down to it, he'll try to kill him. But overall a game, just like again, like to him, it's like because like the Butcher, like it's one of the few people who takes him seriously, and like and again, like for all the amount of time, like Homelander knew where Butcher was. He could have immediately just killed him right then and there. But as far as so for like Homelander, he ultimately chooses a game, and that's what he tries to tell like Butcher, like, hey, I can get you like a shapeshifter who can be your wife and all that. He tries to offer him like many other like I can use my influence, like you can have a better life and all that, and then like trying to like convince him. And when that doesn't work, he'll just be like, I'll do anything, man, please, anything. You want me to pry, beg, eat your shit? I'll do anything. And as far as also as a side note, that line was kind of from Anthony Starr himself. He actually improvised that, trying to tell Crippy like, hey, I think this would actually fit Homelander, and I just let him do it. But yeah, I think that to me, it just kind of works in the same as, okay, at this point, Homelander, he knows he's gonna die. He's trying to do anything. He's trying to do like anything he can just to live. He's trying to say anything, do anything. So yeah, I mean,
Including
considering
something
how,
that
like, it's
could kill
consistent-
him pretty easily.
Again, like if I was told like, hey, Larry, do this, like if like let's say given like poison, it's like, okay, Larry, you either.
No, that's different though.
can either-
They gave the idea. You didn't give them the idea.
Oh no, that's the thing about it. It's just the same thing as like, well, he's trying to again like the thing with shit. It's the case of depending on how it is, you can once you like survive.
No, just he
you
wouldn't.
You have a better
He
chance.
wouldn't
of
give the idea at all. He'll just say like, wouldn't it would make more sense for him to look for the minimal consequences.
Again,
Like if he's just like, oh, if I'll say whatever you want. I'll give you whatever you want. Like I think that's better.
well, no, he did actually try saying that.
No,
He tried
yeah,
saying,
and that's
like,
why I'm
hey,
saying he should stick with that, and not this extra like
But at the-
stupid stuff. Like, oh, I'll eat your shit. Like what?
To me, it's just a case of like at that point.
Shit.
Again, to me, it's just a case of like, well, this is a case of like, it's a show like Homelander at this point is like just begging, and at that point it's like, well, maybe like at that point like, well, considering how like Butcher didn't take the first offer, like Homelander is just trying to escalate it more and more just so he can like survive. Again, he's at that point he's like,
Yeah, but
he
again,
doesn't
like
care.
that doesn't address what we're saying. Like that's a weird thing to say for someone who wants to survive. I'll do this thing that
Again.
could very easily kill me. Like again, it's the whole joke. Please don't kill me. I'll jump off a building.
Again, I think eating poop is different than like jumping off a building. Sure, you could die from eating poop, but it's like depending on who it is, where it came from.
Okay, depending
It's
on
just
the
a-
building,
it's
you
just a
could
case of,
survive
like, well-
jumping off a building. Like you could say the same thing for that.
Oh no, the survivability of eating poop is far better than like jumping off a building. So again, it's just a case of like, okay, like what building, like what poop is it? Is it just?
Yeah, I don't know why we're even on this. Like, this is.
I know you brought up. Well,
Yeah,
you brought
but
up
this
Thor
is
as,
like
a-
in some way trying to account for. Oh yeah, Butcher would just care about what giving him the healthiest dose of crap to make sure it doesn't kill. Like that's just no. That's not something he's thinking about.
No, it's
That-
no, it's because it's to Homelander. It's humiliating having to like grovel and considering how like he's trying to like
Yeah,
save
but it's
anything
also
or, I'll
lethal.
do this.
It's basically a poison. It's like, oh, please don't kill me. I'll eat toothpaste. Please don't kill me. I'll jump in the fire. Please don't kill me. I'll get hit by a truck.
Well, I just don't know why that would convince Butcher.
Yeah.
I think again, it's like, well, at this point, again, like Homelander did try to use like the more like convincing, so maybe like, oh, I'll get you a new Betty, or oh, I can get you more influence. I'll do whatever you want.
And I'm fine with that. I'm saying they take it too far. They take it to a comical degree where I can't take it seriously. That's why like we're joking about it, like how stupid it is. Yeah, please don't kill me. I'll go in an oven for 5 minutes or whatever. Like it's dumb.
Again, at that point, I don't even think.
Please don't kill me. I'll swallow poison.
Again, I just think like I think like maybe again, it's just a game of.
Well, I think there's a difference between having a pathetic end for a bad guy, and then having an end for a bad guy that's like, literally like insanely just silly. Like it's just you can't take it seriously.
Yeah, especially when, like, literally, like, episodes ago, we just saw him going, have you seen the memes about me?
Well, yeah, if you add in all that shit, it's harder and harder to, like, care. It's like, it's like, yeah, this is expected.
And again, like, this is
You're not
all...
wowing me show by going, guys, Homelander was pathetic all along.
It's like, yeah, but we know that. They hammered into it our heads. Like, it's one thing if they kept it at, like, a rarity... But no, they're just constantly, like, making Homelander look like a loser and pathetic. It's like, yeah, you can't take that seriously. It takes away from the shock.
I guess, like, to me, it's just a case of, like, well, again, like, it's the same thing as, like, comics where it's like, oh, he's trying to, like, he's trying to, like, build himself as this mean, always tough guy, but then deep down, it's like, yeah, he's always was kind of pathetic, and like as his god function,
yeah, but like
but
once you keep reminding us of that, it starts to not be effective once he gets his final like outcome. Like we get it.
Yeah, well, to a lot of people, it's like they didn't really get the memo. Like from like when I look at on Twitter, it's like, oh,
yeah, but we're looking at like what's in the show. Also, someone in chat saying Homelander was literally offended by memes in Season 2. Damn, it's almost like you're showing how there's a pattern where they keep doing this, which is proving my point.
I guess, like, to me, it's just a case of, like, well, it's like being consistent, and it's like, yeah, that is, like, a pretty logical endpoint of Homelander to where because, like, he's... without his powers, we start seeing more and more of him as like pathetic and no different than, let's say, that the Deep. And then, like, as time goes on,
we've seen that though. That's our problem. We've seen that like over and over again. Like the problem is that when I watch Season 1, even Season 2 and 3 to a degree, when I see a Homelander on screen, I'm immediately on edge. It's tense. When I'm watching Season 4 and especially 5 and Homelander's on screen, I'm just laughing immediately.
Yeah, like he may be offended by memes in Season 2, but they at least portrayed it as like he's unstable and it's creepy. Like you're not you're like, oh fuck, he's getting upset because you know what that means, like really bad shit.
He's also like a lot more subtle in his acting about it. Where, like, you read his facial expressions, it's less so about him, like, whining and crying. But then in the later scenes, it's not even like he's angry, he's just sad. He's just like, have you seen the memes about me? Like, he's about to cry. Like, you can't take that seriously. And he's just, it's not a scene where he's, like, threatening anyone, he's just whining. That's literally just him whining. And we never see any consequences for anybody posting those memes, either. It's not like he hunts them down or anything. He's just like, posting them should be a crime. And then he doesn't make it a crime or do anything to enforce it.
Well, he does. He does put people in internment camps for posting Starlight shit, which is funny.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Wasn't
again?
Like, in which season?
Also, you gotta remember is like people
Not
can
in
also
season
post
5.
anonymous.
Remember,
Really,
he like makes it a crime.
Oh, okay. Well, I barely
I also
remember
want to
those
say, like,
moments.
yeah, you know, he does. And also, this is the thing about it.
Well, yeah,
It's the case of, like,
they only focus on it in episode 2, and then they like kind of drop it.
Okay, so that's why I
That's-
forgot it. Gotcha.
as I was trying to say, like that's the thing about like in his earlier seasons, there were still people that kept him in check, and then still he did some he still does some things, but he's always like gets called out for it. But as more and more as he gains power, he gets people that get like below him to cover his tracks and cover for him. He just gets like his more personality just becomes more and more like open because of how like to him it's like he could just like at that point he could nearly just say whatever he wants to whoever he wants, and he just gets rewarded for it, especially like during like season 3 where he killed a guy and people were like yay, like that's when you hear like them he's like bump 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 and all that, and it's like yeah, that is like the start of his more narcissistic thing coming out, because like he doesn't have to be subtle anymore, because like if people were like screaming and crying about it, he probably would have been like, I got mad and still go back to his more subtle ways. But ever since that moment, it's like, yeah, more and more of it just starts to like come out. And again, like that's the reason why he sounds.
Yeah, but we've
the
seen
memes
it all
about me?"
though. But like we've seen it all though.
I guess
Yeah,
We
but
even
it's
get
still,
a
like-
scene where he loses powers, like from the radiation thing, which was a stupid thing they established, because that's like, oh, so there is a weapon that could kill him, but apparently there's no
I guess
weapon
in-
on Earth, according to the earlier seasons. But yeah, so you show that, and you show him being pathetic there as well. And like again,
guess, like,
even
to
while
me,
he
it's-
has his powers, he's just pathetic.
I guess again, like it's just a case of like I think that I guess like I guess right now we'll just have to be like a sort of like screw on that point, because I still believe like yeah, like I don't think like the later seasons took away any of his like any of the scary moments of him, because he still like does stuff that's like okay, yeah, that's pretty scary.
Okay,
Right.
would
I
you
just think
say
it's just
that?
a case of like
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
no, I'm trying to say like when we're trying to go back earlier as well, it's like I still don't think it just takes away any of his like scary moments. It's just a case of like, well, now that we have like him becoming more and more into power, like that's like that cover up this like image of what he tries to be is like slipping more and more until we get this real self, and to the point to where it's like when he before he dies, it's like again, I'm still gonna be a case of like sure, like yeah, do I think like Nisha can kill you? Sure, if he goes untreated, but it's also the same thing as a case of like well again, like at that point, I think at that point is like he's not thinking straight. He's not like thinking tactically, like trying to think like, oh, just think about the best possibilities.
I mean, it's
He's
not
just
even a
trying to
matter
think
of
when he needs to
tactics.
survive.
Like, naturally, there are things you avoid out of safety. Like, it doesn't require any thought. It's just, yeah, you just know that it's unsafe.
Yeah, it's unsafe, but at the same time, it's like, well, he's choosing perhaps like at that point the minimalist like harm to him done compared to like being like.
I think minimal
I'll
would be
jump on the
like,
field and
I'll
all
let
that.
you beat me up, versus like
Oh no, he is getting beat up.
ingesting.
But it's,
Well,
no, he
versus
is getting beat up,
ingesting
it's like-
literal poison.
again, like maybe it's just a case of like I'll say any. It's just maybe to him, it's just a case of like of being like, hey, I'll just say anything. Like maybe like maybe Butcher will not do it. Maybe he's hoping that maybe because like, oh, if he's willing
Why-
to say anything, do it.
Okay, why give him the idea then? So he just hopes that he doesn't go along with the idea that he gives him.
I guess like it's a case of like, well, considering now like Homelander.
Like, I don't know
Yeah, like,
why
he's
they
trying to
couldn't just
speak,
tone
like-
it down. Like, just leave it at, oh, well, I'll get you a shapeshifter, I'll give you Vought. Like, that actually makes more
No,
sense.
I guess,
That
like,
actually speaks
that would've
more to
been
his
fine.
character. That speaks more to his character. Because he would see it as shallow as, oh, you lost someone, I'll give you a shapeshifter. He's that kind of shallow person to think that would be a viable replacement. You could say, oh, well, you want Vought? I'll give you Vought. He would be shallow enough to think that giving money and power would be enough to satisfy someone. He would be shallow enough to
Again-
think that's enough. What the hell? I don't know what happened. I'm gonna mute him real quick just for his sake. Yeah, so those things would make more sense for Homelander because it actually reflects his character. So the whole "I'll fucking eat shit" thing, that's just stupid. And honestly,
Again,
the
it's
whole like
stupid,
the
but
whole
at the same time, it's like
the whole like, oh, I'll blow you off thing as well. It's like, yeah, at that point, like holy shit, it's just cartoonish. I can't take the scene seriously either. I'm just laughing at it.
again, like I guess it doesn't really bother me because again, this considering how his new like personality was coming up, all of it, it's like yeah, it probably is inevitable. Considering how like again, like he's just trying to say anything to survive at that point. He's probably not thinking straight. And to me, it's like okay, we see. I think like at that point, he tried to bribe him through like the normal means of like that would have convinced that like probably would have been like tempting to anyone else, considering how like Butcher's not treating this as a game as I would have liked, nor is he like taking any of the bribes or like any suggestions I wanted. Like maybe he's like, okay, maybe I'm just trying. He's just trying to think. Well, if you don't believe me, then like maybe I'll do anything. I'll suck you off or shit or whatever. Just don't kill me. And at that point, it's like okay. Again, he's just still trying to be on this whole like convincing side, and again like it's to show like yeah, without his powers, he's just nothing. I guess like to me, it's just a case of like, do I think it's sexist? Yeah, but it's like considering how like with these kinds of series towards like just up the ante a bit, considering how like The Boys has been like more vulgar, has been like such a vulgar franchise. Considering how like in the show, Homelander consistently said like the N-word a lot. So, and then so yeah, in this case, I just think it's the case like no, like in the comics, he's like way more vulgar.
Oh, I thought you meant the show. I was like, wait, I don't remember that in the show.
But like in the show,
ironically enough, way more
toned.
I did because it sounded like you had background noise. It's like, I think he forgot to mute.
I don't know. No,
I muted you for your sake.
Far away. I thought it was far enough away from my mic. That's my bad.
So yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I think the problem is they take it too far. Not only does it like break the tone of the scene,
well,
you can't
like the comedic thing I was trying to respond to. I'm sorry, but like I don't buy the whole comedic shit because season 1 took this kind of stuff seriously back in the day.
Yeah.
Again, like I think maybe like in this particular scene, it's like yeah, considering like how his like again his like sanity, his mental abilities has been like going down for a bit. Considering
yeah, but why do you have to make it? Why do you have to turn it into a joke? Why can't they just take this part seriously?
Yeah, that's like
this is the end of a villain. This is the death of like a fucking traumatized child.
Yeah, that's like if you had
like some tact to the death of the main villain.
That's like if you had the Green
Goblin.
Goblin.
I know he's supposed to be pathetic, but you can be pathetic while also like taking it seriously.
Yeah, that's like if the Green Goblin was
he was like taking it serious. I think like
Butcher
was also taking it serious.
No, the characters
talking about the
were,
presentation.
but the story wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like if we had Green Goblin say, "No, please,
Peter, I was." It's supposed to be something you laugh at.
I will suck your dick, Peter.
Homelander dying.
I will suck your dick, Peter. Please stop. Like that. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
No, Daredevil, please leave Vanessa out of this. I will suck your dick if you leave Vanessa out of this.
Oh, no,
like that's stupid. Like, why would they ever do that?
No, that's it. The reason why I wouldn't believe the Kingpin or like Goblin would ever do that because they haven't really shown that much. Like, oh, we're pathetic enough to do something like this. Homelander.
Well, I'm even then. No, I don't agree with that.
Hang on. Even then, I don't fully agree with that because, like, I think pretty much deep down inside, someone like Norman is very pathetic.
Yeah, he's
a very
cowardly.
Pathetic, shallow person.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say
maybe, but I'm like,
but I would say he's very
by the end
opportunistic he's opportunistic and materialistic as fuck.
Yeah, he literally thinks, oh, they're all after you. Those women, they'll be after your trust fund like a pack of ravening wolves. That's him being pathetic, but you know what? They're taking it seriously though. They're showing it in a way where it's like it makes you it makes you more afraid of Norman because it shows like a more twisted worldview from him.
I guess like the thing is about that is like I guess it's like on a case by case basis, considering how like as far even though we know like yeah like even if compared like Osborn, I think the thing about Osborn is the fact that he hasn't really shown like too much traits compared to like showing them as like oh he'll say and do anything. And like,
well, it doesn't matter. Like even if you want to say it is in character, we're talking about tone here. Tonally, this is just
yeah,
a bad
I'm
choice.
honestly trying to argue it's in character. The problem is that's just really fucking tone deaf.
Yeah, it makes the scene into a joke.
And it's reiterating something we already know, so it's not valuable. I know he's pathetic. I get it, show.
Yeah, what would actually be more interesting is if they showed us what he would do if he didn't have powers.
Yeah, why not dwindle on that a little bit?
Well, we know that like.
What if he had to like go to jail and then
has...
he had to like actually work and shit? He had to do human tasks. He had to deal with bullies in the prison. That would actually say a lot more about him if we got to see that.
I think it's like one of two things would happen. Like, let's say, because we do know that Homelander has Compound V, and like even after this, he probably would still have like some people believe like, oh, maybe it's just since they believed in during like they believe like him claiming like the flight something like was like was AI. There probably would still overall be supporters, just like how badly, just how like badly these people like believe in him. There's still probably would be someone, either a guard, someone just trying to stick Compound V in him, and even if he does get sent to, let's say, prison, there still would be supporters, or like
no, there really
maybe
wouldn't.
In this case, like
because a lot of people only follow him out of fear.
They do, but it's like there's also.
And I think that would add more credence to the Flight 37 thing.
But yeah, at that point, it's like, okay, like, do we see like a?
You can literally have Sage tell them this is not like that the AI thing was a hoax. It's real.
Yeah, but at that point, it's like how much like I think that would also just be a case of like how much would people like, let's say, believe her, all that. I still believe on some level there will still be like some like nut job supporters out there who would try to help Homelander. I think in this case it's just a case of like, well, there's no reason for Butcher to allow like
you could have had
to live at this
point. You could have had any of the boys stop him. You could have had Starlight stop him, who should have anyway, because she would have flown all the way back there and stopped him.
Well, why would Starlight why would Starlight stop like Homelander from killing him? I mean, like Butcher from killing
because Homelander has no powers and she doesn't believe you have to kill people. And isn't that one of the reasons they criticize Soldier Boy because he kills people? Isn't one of the things she criticizes like the idea of killing other people, even if they're bad?
Actually, I don't think she's okay with killing anyone who's defenseless. I'm
yeah.
Sure.
Like, oh, okay, she's fighting the Deep. Maybe she's willing to do that in combat. When Homelander's defenseless, there's no reason.
At that point, I think like it just really like it's like if like Starlight was there, maybe we could have seen like her trying to convince like or trying to stop Butch from killing him. But it's like at that point, no one else is there. Kimiko, Ryan, they also hate Homelander, so they're not gonna stop. I mean,
I gotta address this in chat. Starlight accidentally killed an innocent man. What are you talking about? Yeah, accidentally. Did you miss the accidentally part? Like what?
Like, I'm not trying to argue that like Starlight would have like been okay with like Butcher killing Homelander. I just think it's the point of at this point it's like, well, at this point it's like at this point like,
I mean, she was against
Butcher,
killing Translucent, so
yeah, but it's like at that point she wasn't there, so like at that So like
Still, I mean, she believes in the ideals of not killing those who are defenseless. She would believe in that.
and I think that's also probably the reason why like that's probably the reason why of how the other reason why they didn't come over to be like, yeah, you know what, like try to either congratulate Butcher for what he did, and that's the reason why he's still like alone when he gets to his apartment, because despite everything, Ryan still doesn't want to talk to Butcher or live with him.
Yeah, I
And
think
again,
that's another problem too. Well, like not that part specifically, more so the part where, oh yeah, MM just takes in Ryan when they have like literally no connect. Do they even talk ever? That's like there's no setup for that.
I think like Butcher said like to Mother Smoke to words, hey, can you take care of Ryan? Like, because like at this point, there's hardly anyone
Yeah,
here
but
who's a father figure.
nothing's done with the payoff. The payoff doesn't have any weight because like they don't have a connection or anything.
I guess like they do have a connection with like Soldier Boy
Yeah,
to
why
where
should
it's
I
like, hey,
care?
I guess like it's a case of like, well, Ryan has like nowhere else really to go to. He doesn't want to be with like Butcher. Like as far as like Kimiko and Huey, despite Huey being a father, he still has no experience. And for like,
I mean,
Mother's Milk,
wasn't
there's
MM on board with the plan to kill all the soups
I'm not sure if he
with
was
the virus?
like I know. Hold on, I need to look this up.
So
As far as
she did kill someone. SK. It's never brought up again. Yet that I know she killed someone. No one's denying that. I'm saying she did it by accident. You really think Starlight would be okay with letting Homelander live after everything he's done? Yes. There's no scene that establishes, okay, she's just a killer now. It's never shown.
Well, I'm
Or-
fine with
or
her
what-
being okay with killing. She's not okay. I don't think she's gonna be okay with killing a guy who's begging for
No,
his
yeah, that's what I
life.
mean. That's what I mean. Killing in combat, that doesn't make you a killer. Like, that's just, like, that's battle, and that's war. Killing someone who's defenseless, yeah, that is just killing right there. Like, that's just being a killer. Also, I'm pretty sure in the scene she's horrified by it. Yeah, she's not, like, smiling or anything. She looks horrified in the scene. I'm sorry, but letting Homelander live a normal life would just be anticlimactic? I don't see how.
Yeah,
Because that's a punishment
well-
for him.
Well, I wouldn't want that either. I don't buy that that would even be realistic because he would just get killed by anybody. Just
Well, yeah,
because
that's what I
there's
mean,
enough
like,
people that hate
Well,
him
no,
enough.
He has to live as a normal
Well-
person, he gets sentenced, and then he gets, like, attacked by people.
Yeah, he's probably gonna get shanked anyways. I like
Well,
Butcher killing him. I'm fine with how he dies overall. I just don't like the cartoonish like shit he says.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. I will say this something that's like when it comes to like, I guess like we're probably gonna come in circles. On one hand, I think it was like logical, like this is what Homelander without powers would say, and again he tried all the other stuff before. I disagree like that eating shit automatically will kill you, or like slowly poison you. It just depends on what is eating and all that. It's something that makes you go like, okay, some Homelander can like wash it out, go to take antibiotics or any other medicine to just get rid
Yeah,
of
but
it. I guess like to me,
that's
it's
like
a case of,
saying,
like,
oh, well, he'll shoot himself, but hey, they'll give me the proper medical attention to stop the bleeding and get the bullet out. It's like, yeah, but why would he say that anyway?
I guess I'm just.
That's
gonna
like,
have to-
oh,
well, that's just-
please don't kill me. I'll shoot myself in the stomach. It's back to the joke. Like,
Oh no. It's like again, it's a case of like, no, the bullet it has a good chance of killing you. Eating poop.
they both
is
do.
like
They both do.
it could, but again, I'm just thinking like maybe it's just a case of like, well,
Because like the whole reason you're
gas-
giving for how he'd survive that is, well, he could be given the proper attention. That's true for bullet wounds as
Well,
well.
no, I meant like, well, like, and even then, it's like, well, like he probably would have like his antibodies fight it off, and like you have a better like even though let's say you just like and like don't take anything, don't like do anything about it. There's a better chance of you like getting a fever and so, but yet
I don't know why we're
um,
back on the shit debate.
I don't know why either. I just
Yeah,
thought like, hey,
it's gross. Let's move on.
I just thought like, I just okay, well, I just thought like, well, the way he said it, I just think like to me it's like, I guess like we're just have to agree to disagree on that because like to me it's like, I think Homelander would say that just to say anything to survive. I'm not sure he would just commit to doing that. I think he was just trying to say anything to either get a chance to escape or just hopefully maybe like Butcher will just spare him and all that, or like someone will just like trying to buy time for someone to help him. Yeah, but otherwise like going back to the whole like mother's milk, I tried looking it up, and it doesn't appear that like he actually agrees with like Butcher wanting to release the soup killing virus because different ideologies and disagreements. That's just why like
He was agreeing with
Mother's
Butcher
Milk
through almost all of like this season because he was like getting sick of all the bad shit happening or whatever.
yeah, but I'm not sure like actually like agreed to like release the virus.
No, he did. He agreed to like everything Butcher was saying.
Really? Hold on.
Yeah, so like, how is he the appropriate figure? He was gonna be amongst the ones, amongst Butcher, who was gonna kill Ryan. So like, yeah, like that makes it even worse. So Ryan doesn't want to be under Butcher because he's a bad person, which he is. But Mother's Milk agreed with the same thing that would get him killed.
Is there a scene of Mother's Milk saying, yeah, of like hearing Butcher's plans to release the virus and being like, yeah, I agree with that. Let's do that. Or is that's just a case of that's just a last resort?
Yeah, every time they argue about it, he takes Butcher's side.
But I'm saying
he's given up on being a good guy for like most of the season until the very end.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, okay, I'm trying to remember a scene of him saying like, even if he does agree with like a lot of like other stuff, is that point of like, was there like a scene of him being like, oh, I'm gonna kill like all the soups, and like Mother Smoke was saying, yeah, I agree with that. Is there a scene like that?
Yes, when he's arguing on his side for murdering all the soups.
Infamous web fame. I don't know why you keep thinking this is like a counter. Do you not understand Starlight accidentally killing someone is still considered murder? No, that's considered manslaughter. Get your terms right. There's a huge difference between accidentally killing someone versus deliberately killing someone who's surrendering and depowered. Like, that's a fucking laughable counter.
I guess like I don't remember like a scene going like Mother Smoke agreeing like killing soups because again like Starlight and Kimiko have Compound V, and it's like I don't see like Mother Smoke going like, yeah, let's agree with like releasing it, which would
He
kill.
thinks that they have no choice.
I guess it's that choice towards like, hey, there's like no other. Does he see like, oh,
Yeah, he
is there
believes
like
there's no other option.
Yeah, but that's what Butcher thinks too, and Ryan thinks that's bad. Like, that's just, that is one of the worst choices to have for someone that, you know, is of Ryan's position. That's like if you had someone who's like, yeah, I don't want to be associated with you because you know, you kill people, and then you're just like, yeah, I want the Punisher to be my father figure. Okay.
Well, again, does Ryan hear Mother Smoke even say like, yeah, we gotta release this virus, which would kill a lot of people?
Well, my point isn't necessarily about if Ryan hears it. My point is more about the payoff is just bad.
Yeah, like the payoff sucks. If Ryan doesn't know that, that means Ryan is unknowingly hanging around a person that was pro-genocide to his kind.
Yeah, why would we celebrate that? Why is that a satisfactory conclusion?
But well, again, like I'm trying to look it over. Like I'm trying to look over to see like, hey, even if like let's say Mother Smoke does agree that like, yeah, with like a lot with like what Butcher says, does he agree on this specific issue of like releasing the virus?
He has.
I have to look at that. Can you tell me like which episode it was, or was this the case of this was like throughout the season?
Throughout the season.
I'll have to like look over it again,
That's fair.
So
Yeah,
but, like,
if you have to
again,
look
I'm just
into it,
looking
that's
over
fine.
it. I'm just like looking over asking throughout the web
It's
saying
still
like, hey, did Mother Smoke agree?
it's still
Did, like, Mother
hypocritical
Smoke
of
agree
her.
with
No, I think we agree. Like, if you need to look into it, that's fine. If it's still hypocritical of her, it shouldn't matter if she accidentally killed someone. It was still an innocent man with a child. Okay, you're a lost cause if you can't tell the difference between accident versus deliberately killing someone. Like, what you just said is the equivalent of, accidentally hitting someone with your car is the same as, like, willfully murdering someone in their sleep. Like, that's just insane. So yeah, there's this ending scene with Huey and Butcher. Huey goes there, to stop Butcher from doing something bad. I don't know why the boys aren't there. It's just a one-on-one.
I'm trying to let's see, I'm trying to look it up, and apparently yeah, he did agree to help track down the virus, but that was only to let's say use it for Homelander. But as far as I can tell, it's he ultimately still opposed the mass slaughter of the soups and all that in the show, as far as I can tell.
So what I'm talking about here is the numbers that Huey brings against Butcher. If he brought Starlight, then Butcher can't do anything and he doesn't die.
Wait, repeat that one more time.
If he brings Starlight, then Butcher doesn't die in this fight. There wouldn't even be a fight. He would just get taken down.
Maybe. So again, I'm trying to look over a Mother's Milk. Mother's Milk is
yeah, while you do that,
yeah,
someone said Huey and Starlight adopted Ryan in the end instead of having Starlight crime fighting while pregnant. That would have made more sense, I feel, than MM adopting Ryan. Yeah, that's actually a thing that I saw in a fake leak. I actually thought that might happen, where Huey and Starlight would adopt
because
Ryan
that
in the
just
end.
makes sense.
Yeah, that would be better because they're better suited for that.
And also Ryan seems to be more like family to Butcher than fucking, Mother's Milk, and he's the son of Becca, so
yeah,
it feels more fitting.
I thought that would happen just because that would intuitively make sense.
Literally.
I think no, again, I'm so looking it over, and it's okay, it really just looks like Mother's Milk just overall disagrees with his plan to release the virus, which would have killed Ryan, Starlight. I guess to me it's just a case of why did Mother's Milk agree to adopt Ryan? It's just a case of well, to him it's he's overall even if Ryan was related to Soldier Boy, to him it's hey, considering how I'm already a father and all that, and considering how he has more experience than the likes of Huey, as for him it's hey, look, I'm not gonna he's trying to break this cycle of violence and all that, to whereas hey, look, he needs experience despite him being related to Soldier Boy. I'm gonna try to help him and all that, and try to be and considering how he already has consent Butcher, it's hey, just in case, I just want to help you get through life. And I think it just ultimately still wants to be a case of wants to still help Ryan and all that, considering how what he went through and all that. He just agreed to take him in, and again, he's also considering how he also, both in the comics and in the show, opposes Butcher for releasing the virus, which would kill hundreds of thousands of people. It's no, he would not agree with that. And yeah, considering how at that point Ryan doesn't really have anyone else besides maybe Huey, but Huey was yeah, I'll take him in, because if Mother's Milk didn't take him in, then yeah, Ryan would have went with Huey. It's just a case of maybe it's also a case they still want to leave it potential open-ended, considering how Starlight and Huey's story, as far as we can tell, is over, but Ryan and the other boys, it's yeah, maybe there's more chance of them of starring in other spin-offs. So yeah, I guess like to me it just makes sense where it's like, okay, Mother's Milk has way more experience, and even if like it doesn't work out, he can like stay with like Ryan can like stay with him for years until like he goes on his own as an adult.
Okay, so I'm looking through the script for, I think it's, yeah, season 4, episode 5. Hold up. Not here. Okay, he says, look, you help us get this virus from Newman. We'll help you get out of here. And yeah, so that right there is him agreeing to Butcher's plan to use the virus, which earlier in the episode, they've established...
Use a virus against Homeland. But like...
Well, it affects Soups.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, if like, is it a virus? The case of like, oh, we just released an airborne and it immediately spreads out
They
throughout
state
the
the
world.
virus only affects Soups.
Yeah, it does affect Soups, but I'm like, how like airborne or how virulent the virus is? Is it the case of like, oh, it affects only this small area? Can it be modified to only do that? Or let's say if like just release it out in the air, will it be like, brand is spread quickly across the world kind of thing? Or is it just a case of like,
yes,
oh, it has to
that's
like...
what they said.
Yeah, that's what they say every time.
They literally said it would affect the entire world if you just spill it.
That's why there's a dilemma.
Again, I think the only reason why, like, again, like they would just go after the virus is like, okay, considering how like, I think what they would do is like, from a Mother's perspective, it's like, okay, we find this virus, it's a last resort. If like, let's say Ryan, Starlight, Kimiko dies, this is the last resort to release it, and like, or maybe there's a chance that we could modify it, so like, only at most a small area, and to use it primarily against Homelander. But other than that, it's like, okay, with Homelander now dead, he has like no reason to ever want to use this virus, and he has like no he has like no negative feelings towards like Ryan as a person. So like to him, it's like, okay, we find this virus and maybe use it as a last resort. As far as I can tell,
I mean, he still agreed with. I don't know why this is being brought up. Like, he still agreed with that.
Yeah, as a sort of like, yeah, we need like anything we can to like turn a tide against Homeland.
Which is what Butcher thinks.
Yeah, but at that point, I don't think like it's a case of like, oh, now that like we have it, why not just release it? Because I mean, if he really did agree with it, why not just like, no, what is the reason right now? Just like considering how like even if like this will kill Starlight, Kimiko, like Ryan, and maybe other like harmless suits. It's like,
yeah,
well,
but the reason Ryan was against that was because well, like, this is who Butcher has shown himself to be in the past. Like, just because he's not doing it now, that doesn't really change anything for him. You're implying she should tell Butcher to spare Homelander despite the fact he's literally a maniac who pathetically begs? Has Starlight deliberately killed anyone in the show? Like, executed them? Can you show me one example of that? Yeah, okay, if there's anything else in the episode, Huey just doesn't come with a team to go after Butcher, stupid, and that's why he dies.
Wait, who dies?
Butcher, because it comes down to a situation where they have to choose. But that wouldn't have happened if he brought Starlight.
Oh no! You know what? I think I have like another like reason why like Mother's Book even like went to go like find the virus. It wasn't because to me it's also a case of like because not only the fact that, like, it would be like, let's say, a last resort in case any other plan doesn't work. I can imagine like from Mother's Book's perspective, it's a case of like
we're already past that. We're past that point.
Oh, no,
we're on a different point.
I don't know. I was still trying to look it over a bit. I was thinking like, okay, this is the last point I'll make. So I think maybe he could also like, from Mother's Book's perspective, it's also another like, let's say, an ultimate like peaceful like deterrent to where it's like, let's say like, oh, Homelander is trying to get close to like, hey, we can use this, we can like use this virus to be like, hey, since Homelander any of our soups, listen up, we have like this virus, we will release it if you don't give her demands. Maybe that's the reason why he's like, okay. To him, it's like we can like use this as a way of like, hey, of like as a like non-violent means of like maybe like trying to take down like Homeland. That it's just another reason I can see that. So yeah.
All right.
You can use like, the threat of
yeah,
using
just yeah. So like we're on a different part now. So
right.
yeah, I don't know why. Is there a response for him not bringing a team to go after Butcher?
I'm trying to think like well, I'm trying to remember like I haven't seen the show in a bit. Like did like Huey only he knew about like Butcher?
Well,
like,
it wouldn't matter.
releasing the virus, or did...
He could call anyone.
Well, I guess like as far as Huey's concerned, he's on a time limit. He has no idea. For all he knows,
just phone
like,
Starlight.
like,
say, fly to Vought Tower. I need your help. And she never shows. When they're having that fight.
Try to look it up.
If he called her, there's no reason she couldn't have shown.
I guess to him, it's just a case of like, I guess for Huey, it's like he didn't. It's like I think I can think of like some other like some factors such as like him like believing he doesn't have time to contact anyone, even if like Starlight's fast flight.
It's a phone call away. I don't know why she wouldn't have the time, or he wouldn't have the time.
Did he have a phone like with him, like right then?
Why wouldn't he? If he's going to Vought Tower of all places too, like why is he even here then?
I guess like it's also a case of like, hey, like maybe he, as far as Huey is concerned, so like maybe he's like bringing multiple people with him. It's like okay, if like he brought Starlight, Kimiko with him, Ryan with him, like maybe it's just a case of like, well,
I'm not saying bring Ryan. He has no powers.
Sorry, I meant like, I just like Kimiko and Starlight. At that point, it's like maybe Huey felt like if he
you just need Starlight. You just need Starlight.
Or even with just Starlight, I feel like if those two just came over, it'd just be a case of like, well, Starlight can like considering how like Huey believed that like Homeland like Butcher was gonna do it. If he brought more people, someone with him, like the super, it's like, oh, this will like maybe like. This will like makes like Butcher's mentality go even worse and just immediately release it because like he knows Starlight's fast and could just grab it. And for Butcher is like okay, he's at like he may be at crossing a line, and so Huey just wants to like just go there just to be able to maybe like, he believes he can like talk him down or all that. And like
okay, but that doesn't work, and she's not on standby or anything.
It's also depending on where Starlight was. Like
what would she be doing during this time? Like, especially when this is again, like, this is about soup genocide. This could kill her.
Yeah, it's like, but even then, it's like, again, I think at that point, like, Huey believes if he brought anyone else, this would just like convince Homelander like, oh, maybe they're here to like to like really stop me, and like maybe use like force. Which again,
Homelander, wait, what? Homelander's dead by this point. I'm talking about the end of the episode.
Like Butcher. I'm sorry, I'm confusing them.
Oh, okay.
But, like, sorry. So like at this point, like if I say Homelander, just assume I meant Butcher. Okay. Sorry about that.
Well, I mean, I don't think like, it would matter because, okay, so Starlight shows up and stops him. It's like, okay, yeah, that's all that happens. Again, going alone on this is just incredibly stupid when he has a plan to get rid of all soups.
I guess like in this scene, it's really a case of like, well, again, he's trying to like convince Butcher to be like, hey, don't do this.
Yeah,
Because, like, others like
yeah,
He can do
know.
that with Annie and shit.
Yeah. Also, like, it doesn't matter, because she could just be on standby, so if it doesn't go well, she can break in. That doesn't happen when they get in a fight.
I guess like again, I guess to me it's like I think in this case Huey was
Also,
like
I have a just to move on a little bit. I have a question. What exactly caused Butcher to hesitate? Like, I know he saw Huey as like Lenny, but like, why exactly? Why in the most convenient timing in the universe did he see that?
I think at that point Butcher just wanted to die.
No, he didn't. He wanted to kill all the fucking soups.
Well, no, that's the thing about it. It's like considering how like the way he talked about it. It's like, hey, right now, like to him, it's like even when he killed Homelander, he killed Homelander. It's like he didn't feel like, yeah, like I feel like his life was in him. He's like, no, he still felt empty, and without like his friends, because of how much he pushed back, like how like his friendship with other boys is deteriorating. His like Ryan doesn't want to talk to him, and all he has left is like Huey. But even then, it's
Yeah,
such,
but
like,
that's not him not wanting to live anymore. He
Well, no,
still
that's the thing
wanted
about
to.
it.
He still wanted to kill all the soups. That's why he was doing what he did.
Again, that's the thing about it. Is like that's the thing like Huey just mentions. It's like, wait, he could have like if he wanted to, he could have like done it before I got there. So it's like, considering how like even if
Yeah,
let's say
because deep down he wants someone to stop him because there's a little bit of good in him. That doesn't mean he wanted to die exactly.
yeah, that's the thing about it. He's probably still but still like if it means like killing him, it's like, oh no, how
Also,
could you?
like
It's
we know he's not bullshitting because he was genuinely gonna pull that damn trigger.
oh yeah, like it's a
Like he was right about to until he saw Lenny. So it's very clear that like no, he stopped because he saw Huey as Lenny. So if that's the like why? Because like oh he looks like Lenny. Yeah, he looks like Lenny throughout the entire time.
Also,
you were
that
literally
shouldn't-
beating the shit out of him like earlier.
That's some, like, my mom's name is Martha type energy. Like, no. If he firmly
Well, no,
believes it
that's the
must
thing about,
happen,
like,
he would do it.
no, that's the thing about it. Like Huey is like Butcher's moral compass.
Yeah,
Not
but he
really,
didn't
it
do
doesn't
anything
work.
he didn't do anything to stop him. He just saw him as Lenny, even though because he
Well,
looks
no, he was
like
going for the
Lenny, even
gun.
though he always looked like Lenny.
Yeah, he was like going for the gun.
Yeah, and then he was about to pull the trigger and win, but then he didn't because he's like, "Oh, you look like Lenny," even though he looked like Lenny like the whole time. So what exactly changed?
Why would he change?
Also, why would he like see him as Lenny there, like so conveniently when he was about to win?
Yeah, that's just Martha moment. Like, that's all that is.
Thing is, like, I think the thing with the whole like about like Lenny's scene is the fact that like, and considering how again as shown before, for like, not only the fact that he had time, he only had like he could have like pulled the trigger at any time, and he allowed Huey to come up to talk to him and all that. It's like, and he could have like
Yeah,
just,
but
like,
then he was about to pull the trigger right at the end of the fight. He was going to do it. He just stopped because Lenny, which is confusing because he looks like Lenny, even though like he knew that ever since at least season 2.
Yeah, but
So
that's the thing about
why now?
why not? It's a case of like, I think ultimately it's still just a case of like, maybe it's a case of like, Butcher. I don't think he was ultimately gonna pull it. He just wanted like Chewie to stop him. Maybe
No, we
either like
see.
knock
No,
him.
we see the camera shot. He was literally gonna pull the trigger.
Oh, that's the thing. No, because that's the thing about it. It's like no. I think at that point in time, it's like even it's like from what I can tell, it's like yeah, no, like what like Butcher. I think at that point, just realize, hey, I have no one left in my life. My dog died. Like,
Yeah, no, no, no,
Brian's
no,
not
no,
so-
no, 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 no. That realization is the reason he's going to kill everybody. That's not what stopped him. What stopped him is seeing Huey looking like Lenny.
I think the thing, no, I think the thing about that is, it's like the reason why he's just like trying to like, he even thought of like Lenny is perhaps like he's just thinking like, yeah, he's trying to think of his brother one last time, because again, like he ultimately still just wants to die. Like that's the reason why like he allowed like
Where in the story does it even imply he wants to die there?
oh, that's the thing about it. Like yeah, the thing about it is like as far
That's
as
the
we can tell,
comic. The comic explains that he wants to die, but they do this in the comic. They show that he's trying to convince Huey to kill him. Like that's not in the show. In the show, he was gonna pull the trigger, but then he just stops because, oh my god, he looks like Lenny, and then he freezes long enough to get shot.
no, I'm trying to,
So,
say something.
so why did that just conveniently come out of nowhere when he was about to win? He was about to do it.
I think like no, because like no, because that's the thing about it is like it's like hey,
Oh, and also
could've-
I just realized the whole oh, he could have pulled the trigger any time. No, Butcher even explains the reason why he didn't was because he was setting up. He was waiting for the soups to be like in the building. He was waiting for like the day shift to start. So it'll spread
yeah,
better.
like,
That's
but
not
yeah, but at
that's
this
not
point when
because
Chewie,
of anything.
no, but at that point when Chewie came, no, he already set up all like he already set up the virus that like when the soups come in, building like okay, they're all gonna come in. He could have like even like he could have like done it all the time. He's just setting it up. That's when like Chewie came before that. It's like, but even then, it's like, even then, it's like okay, it looks like Butcher was already just gonna release it, which again would have like spread fast enough that would have killed a lot of soups.
No, it wouldn't. The
already.
building was empty. No, the building was empty. That's why he didn't do it immediately.
Well,
He was waiting for a
didn't you
proper
say, like,
opportunity.
wait, well, didn't you say like, hey, earlier before, like, if like we like would release the virus, it'll just immediately spread across the world? Did you say that?
It's still yeah, but it still has to latch onto a soup.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's
the most
yeah, that's the
efficient
thing
way,
about.
I would assume.
No one's home. No one's in the building. The Vought tower's empty.
Yeah, again, that's the thing. He's trying to like that's the reason why like he let Huey know like, hey, I'm gonna do this. Like he could have like not told Huey about that, and he could have like not told Huey about that. Just went along with it. But the fact he even did just like more or less heavily like
He didn't.
defers, wanted like Huey to come to him.
He told Huey about it to give him an understanding what the stakes are, so he would back off.
But yeah, at that point, you would think like, hey, yeah, like if I told Huey, it's like there's a good chance that he will come over. So like, I'm not sure if like, considering how like what Huey's moral compass is and all that, he would not just sit there and be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna let Butcher do his thing. Think no, considering
Yeah,
how, like,
but he doesn't
Starlight's-
think fucking Huey can stop him. He doesn't even think Huey had the guts to shoot him.
Oh, like I think I have to, but no, because yeah, but considering how like Butcher kept like pushing him, it's like, yeah, it's like, yeah, like he could have
No,
like done it.
wait, where was he pushing him?
What?
He wasn't
Yeah, he was,
pushing
like,
him. He disarmed
yeah,
him.
he was, like-
He took away his gun, which actually more so implies he doesn't want to die because he disarms him.
I think he still just does again, like I think this is the thing. Like when Eric me like explained this scene, it's like yeah, no, like he never for Butcher, he overall still never intends to like survive this mission. He probably was gonna be like taking as many soups down with him. So like,
Well, yeah, that's the thing. He would. I'm fine with that. He doesn't care if he dies after he did that, but he still wants to kill the soups. So if that's the case, why the fuck would he what why did that pop out? The whole Lenny thing that just came out of nowhere.
and it's like okay, look, he's like this is a scene of like okay, this is like Butcher continuously like be like getting into being hostile with Huey, and it's like okay, and it's like, and look with more and more, it's like hey, and like this sort of like thing, this vision came up to him because of how like he kept like being hostile to him, and plus it's also a case of he's trying to like think one more, considering how like he would have saw like Huey go for the gun. I think at that point, like Butcher was just like thinking his last thoughts of like of someone he loved, which was Lenny. And then when he got shot, it's like okay, he could have like pulled the trigger, just like well, I could just release it, even if it doesn't kill all the suits, it would have killed a lot. But considering how like he didn't do that, he just like comforts Huey by like lying.
Well,
and being
yeah,
like,
it's because
"Hey."
he snaps out of being evil because he sees like Lenny. But before that, he was gonna do it. That's my problem. It just arbitrarily just pops up.
Well, no,
That's
I
my
think
problem
he's
with
still.
Butcher in general as a character. Actually, he just keeps flip flopping. It's annoying.
Well, no,
Like
this
I
is
don't
the
know
thing. Like
why they
compared to,
can't
like
just make a decision if he's bad or good.
I think like compared to like the comics where he was definitively of more of a villain protagonist, to whereas like he does a lot more like heinous stuff compared to his like show
Yeah, and
counterpart, which
here
is more
he's
anti-villain.
either an anti-hero or a villain, and they never like make a decision. They keep going. He snapped, guys. He's good. It's the same thing with Homelander. It's like, oh my god, he's gonna snap. He's gonna snap, and he never fucking snaps. It's the same thing here. Like Butcher finally is supposed to be like, oh, I'm gonna kill all of them. I don't care anymore. I'm gonna go full on fucking serial killer and shit. But then, no, he doesn't. But I see Lenny still. It's like, what the fuck?
I think again I think that's always just been a case of like he's always just gonna like continuously like battle himself whether or not he wants to commit to like being someone who commits a genocide compared to someone who's not. He still has other like moral compasses like Huey there, and I think that's also just another reason why he just doesn't want to live anymore. Considering he still has a tumor inside him, even if he does survive like releasing the virus, he still has
Okay,
a
they
tumor
don't even
inside him.
imply at all if he has that tumor or not, or if it's killing him. They don't tell you anything about that. As far as I'm concerned, he's not dying. Especially that he's planning on, trying to adopt Ryan before he even snaps.
I think it's like he even told like no, he told like Mother Smoke like, hey, Ryan doesn't trust me or trust me anymore.
He literally says like, ever since this is all done, how about me and you and Terror like live together? That's what Becca would have wanted, which means that he's clearly was planning a life until Ryan rejected him and his dog died. So even he's not under the impression he's dying from like any tumor.
I guess like at this point like I think the reason why they don't really explain is because like again Butcher doesn't like go to a medical facility to like confirm whether or not he still has a tumor or not. I can imagine it'd be a case of like if he still did have a tumor, he probably just wants to like to like spend as much time with like Ryan, Terror, all that. But just considering how like he doesn't.
Yeah, but that's not how the show presents it. The show doesn't even imply that he does or doesn't have the tumor. It doesn't tell you anything about that.
Well, either way, I think he still just wants to spend time with like Ryan and all that. But since he didn't, and to him it's like, okay, Ryan doesn't want to speak to me anymore. Terror's dead. I have like no other connections to like my own life. And so now it's like, okay, at that point, he still just wants to die, either whether by like Huey's hand, whether by like Huey's hand or like die to like other like Zeus while he takes it like down. To him, I think ultimately what he just wants to do is like get it over with because now those
Yeah, but he doesn't want to die immediately. He wants to kill everyone with him. He wants to kill all the soups with him, but he's not doing that. If he like he was doing that, but then he decides not to, and I don't like that they don't really explain that well why.
yeah, it's just like he continues to have like conflicting manners. He's trying to like it's because like again like with people it's like should I go along? Should I like really go along with this? Considering how like before it's like we think he will, we think he will, but it's like deep down something within him goes like no, this is wrong, or yeah, this is bad, and like whether out of practicality or not, it's like there's always like something with him that like tells him like hey, maybe like this is going like way too far and all that. And that like and at this point it's like hey, and I think in the back of his mind since he always had like on some level some suicidal tendency, this finally came up to him to where it's hey, we can either go out in a blaze of glory or just go out like either way. It's like he probably gets ultimately what he wants. It's like an end to his like suffering, because now he's just empty and he just doesn't.
I feel like I've
And,
already
like-
responded to this. I think it's very clear. Yes, he wants to die, but he wants to take out the soups with him first. That's what he wanted once like the terror shit happened. But then when he sees Lenny, he decides against that and just lets Huey kill him. My problem is, why did that come up there?
I guess it's
Just
because
out
like,
of
again,
nowhere.
it's-
Just so he wouldn't
guess-
do what he like wanted to do to kill them.
again with the whole like visions thing, it's like for some people it can like just let's say like for some people like visions of like either a past or someone it's like come up to them, and I think at this moment it's like he's now at a crossroads to where it's like
Well,
okay,
Okay, I'll try and level with you a little bit here. I'm okay with visions like this coming up conveniently sometimes in a story, depending on the context. The problem here is that this vision literally saves like so many characters' lives and makes Butcher immediately fail his mission. Like it came up on like the most like inconvenient moment ever, just so the bad guy loses. It's lazy.
all right, well I guess I'm not sure if it's like
Damn it,
It's-
clicked
it's
the wrong
probably
button.
other ways like I guess I can still see your point. Yeah, it's a bit convenient, but at the same time, it just makes sense considering how like Butcher had these kind of beforehand and in other places as well. They just come up and down. I think this point is like okay, combined with the fact that like he still doesn't. He could have immediately just knocked out Huey and all that, but so like, he allows him to get his gun and all that. I think at that point it's like well, he could have immediately just pushed the button. And on some level he still wants to die, and that's when the whole like Lenny scene came up, whereas like he's trying to and then he held on to that vision because he just wants to like either to both allow Huey to make the shots and
No,
to
I know that part. My problem is it came out of nowhere. There's nothing that activated it besides he looks like Lenny, which is just strange because that's never happened before.
I guess to him it's like well he looks like Huey was aiming at him and was gonna aim at him and Twitter. That's when like that vision came up, and maybe what helps triggered it and all that.
The comic did this so much better because the comic did it so that fucking he only stopped because of Huey reminding him of Lenny once Huey was in mortal danger. Because Huey almost like fell off a building and like Butcher had to save him, and it costed like Butcher to be like paralyzed. So then he convinces Huey to kill him. That's better because that makes sense. Because that's a moment that would make him snap out of it. Not just looking at Huey's face and going, "Oh my god, you look like Lenny," even though like he's known this ever since season 3.
Oh, well. I guess yeah, I do agree that yeah, the comics like Butcher's End was kind of like at least how he died was like a bit
Oh,
better.
it's also
I
better
still,
because Butcher literally accomplishes a few things. Like he kills the boys, like most of the boys die because of him. And like Love Sausage dies and all that shit. Like he does shit. In the fucking show, he just fails to stop him. He just sorry, he just Nah, sorry, I'm yapping a little bit. He fails to fucking like kill the soups. Like he just fails. That's all he does. It's
no,
like,
he
oh my
does kill-
gosh, like the whole seasons of buildup of like Butcher finally gonna like snap and be the villain. All that it accomplishes is him trying to do an evil plan and failing immediately.
I guess like well, I do think he does accomplish some things. Like he does kill a couple of suits and all that. I think like if there's one thing like I can agree that what the comic did a bit better was be more conclusive, considering how like okay, there's like little loose ends, and now considering how like now with Amazon probably being main culprit of like this show has gotten so popular that now we can like do spin-offs and all that, and maybe told Crypty is like, hey, leave enough stuff that's open-ended so we can make more shows about it. So like, and I guess like that's kind of the reason like it's one of the main reasons why I do believe like yeah, I do believe with seasons like this, if case of it's gonna be the last one, if they want to be more conclusive, I think maybe they should have like given them more budget to make more episodes, because that's also a thing problem with like the ending of The Boys. Again, it's like when people complain about how like Butcher's villainy only lasted like just a few chapters worth of like few
The
chapters
fact that
worth
there's
of
no
comics.
scorched earth.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I do agree. It's like on one hand, that's the thing about Crypty. He also said like he wanted to like he tried to say like, hey, just to let people know this is not gonna be like totally big scorched earth thing. So don't get your hopes higher for that. But the marketing made it seem like, oh, Butcher's gonna either take down VOD or oh, Homelander's gonna watch the nukes fly and just cause an apocalypse in his name. I guess like that's the one thing about the marketing that like yeah, there might be some kind of discrepancy to between the writing and the team. So yeah, I am at this point of like yeah, I think at this point I just think the whole season, the season as a whole is around like I think that because like it's like 5, I gotta get ready. So I'll just leave it at this. Like, whereas
That's still better than Colin's brain dead consumer rating. So I'll give you that much.
so my personal opinion on the
I could
finale itself.
I could actually understand a 5. Like I don't know about USK. I can understand somebody giving it a 5 just because
Yeah, I'm talking
there's
about
at least
as
fun
a
moments in the show.
I'll say this. Like this is the thing I'll say as a season finale as a whole. After talking to you guys, I still think it's like a 5.5. I do agree. There's a lot of issues with the series finale, but the thing like Homelander's death, the resolutions with the characters, the open-endedness of like, okay, I want to see what's next for like the new spin-offs and all that, and the characters in the right and parts of the writing just makes me go like, yeah, it's still worthwhile. I don't think it's as bad as like other. As like let's say something like Umbrella Academy's final season. I think like and I don't think The Boys like problems entirely infect like let's say my viewing like the prior seasons. Like I'm still gonna be a case of like yeah, the prior seasons, because like their budget was a bit higher, or maybe because like they want to like start out strong, but like over time because their budget never increases, you can tell like some visual parts of it just decreased about it. But overall, like let's say season 4 or 5, I can still like go back and watch them compared to like the other shows. But like and like as a season as a whole, I still think it's like a mid. I think overall mid enough to where it's not super terrible to be unwatchable. But there's good parts about it that still makes me go, I want to see this episode or see it again, you know?
I would give the whole season a 1. That's just I don't think it goes higher than that.
Well, yeah. I'm sorry if like my arguments weren't always as convincing, unlike something like let's say other
It's all good.
let's say other media, like let's say Star Wars, Fallout, or like BioShock, which I'm way more familiar with. Things like Daredevil and sometimes parts of the boys. I am a case of like, well, I'm probably still have to like look over that stuff about it, but
I mean, Born
overall,
Again is still
I
worse
still
than
try-
this.
or like any other Marvel stuff. Like, but yeah. Other than that, it was nice talking to you all.
Yeah.
Also one more thing, like SK. I got like 3 more questions. One, considering how like you didn't like overall this 5, do you think you'll be able to be like, you know what, I'm gonna watch like either VOT Rise or any other future spin-offs, or look through back at the
On
boys
principle,
earlier
I'm not watching. On principle,
On
we shouldn't watch
disinterest,
it
I'm not watching.
because he sat. On principle, we shouldn't watch it because Eric Kripke literally sacrificed an entire fucking like beloved show to set up for the spin-offs. Come on, Robin, hit the fucking thing.
Yeah,
on
that's
Bobby's
just
phone, man.
lame. Like, I don't want to watch that.
All right. Second, have you guys watched Spider Noir? Because I'm
Not
hearing
yet.
like people being.
I've heard good things about
Yeah.
it.
Not yet.
I'll say this because like I'll say there's one thing in episode 4 near the end where like maybe considering how like of how all I'll say is like maybe there's the ending scene like Liam, I bet you'll probably like because like it's a trope that's been like used in like other media that I heard you didn't like all that often, but I'm gonna tell you like, and as much as I overall like the show, I've seen a scene like that will be like grown or something like that.
We'll give it a watch at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still an overall good show. And last but not least is like do you intend like to make more disagreement days at least around Tuesdays or Wednesdays? Because like
I can try that.
right then
Yeah.
I can like I can go like into a whole lot more stuff. And so yeah, otherwise like yeah, that's all I gotta say. And it's fun like talking to you guys and all that.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. It's great having you on.
All right. Are you guys the last call, or are you guys gonna?
Maybe. If someone just joins, then maybe we'll do a short one. But yeah.
All right. That's all I gotta say.
Have a
Thanks
good
for
one.
having me on.
Yeah. See you
You
later.
too.
Let's see. Of course, SK gives
Well,
it
that
a
one was
1. What else is
Somewhat
new?
interesting.
Yeah. I mean, what's good about the episode would be my question. Like, what is good about? Well, actually, the season as a whole. Like, I don't think the reason I give it a 1 for its writing.
There's
is
like
that
only 2 or 3 good moments in a vacuum.
Yeah. Holy shit, that's a bunch of. Alright. Here's what I want to know. How is Homelander's death horrendous and not satisfying? I've told you. The 1, it doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't have happened. 2, the dialogue is cartoonish and it's like breaks the tone. And yeah, the eating shit thing, that's just stupid. Flat on its face stupid. I don't care what you say. Who never felt fear in his life until the very moment he begs in the most pathetic way possible. Yes, I do agree he's been pathetic before, but he's not this pathetic because at least he still had his powers at the time. Without those powers, he doesn't feel special. He still begs like a baby towards Soldier Boy. He's just still pathetic there. He literally tries to act like threatening before Butcher kills him. And yeah, I can't take him seriously even during those scenes because I know what's behind the curtain. Like, just imagine real quick, right? If Darth Vader was like this, where he's crying over memes, he's always just being pathetic, and then at the end, he just starts, like, again, just being completely pathetic, the way Homelander is. Like, that would just be dissatisfying. No one would take that seriously. Don't join the Emperor, I'll suck your cock. Like, fucking stupid. Yeah, I still have that follow-up debate. Regarding Brand New Day, I can't be the one who thinks Scorpion is badly designed. The maskless approach is lame. Yeah, I don't really care about Scorpion right now. He doesn't seem all that interesting. Homelander being killed by Butcher was the best thing about the finale. Okay, well then
I kind of agree.
Well, it's like if that's
Like, I
the
like
best
that
thing.
it's Butcher.
If that's the best thing, then like, damn, there's not much going for that episode. Because it's still like, you have to look at it as a whole package. It just sucks when you have the whole context. Here's the thing, Darth Vader would never cry over me because his mentality is stronger than Homelander's and he doesn't have a fragile ego. What part of Val not... I don't know what you're saying there at the end, but the problem is the tone. It would break the tone. We're not even arguing strictly from like a character perspective. The tone is just bad. I'm starting to think you just don't understand Homelander. He's not supposed to be a villain like Darth Vader. If Darth Vader said that, then yeah, that would be worse, but... Yeah, okay, again, we're talking about tone here. No one said it's character assassination that he does that, and that's nobody's argument. That's just you strawmanning right here. Homelander, more like Dumblander. Yeah. Because he's a dumbass in that scene. How does his actual death not make sense? He's depowered. Yeah, good. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the fight. The fight is what builds up to it. Who is the main villain? I heard Tombstone is going to have a small role. Scorpion is giving C-list villain, and the Hand, not sure. I'm guessing the Hand's going to be the main villains because they're the main ones in the marketing. And I don't know how they're going to do that when the Hand was destroyed in the Netflix show. And I don't know. It could be good, but like, I don't know how they're going to do this without just repeating what was already done. Comic Legend, what do you think about Black Noir being a Homelander clone? And was the one to make Homelander snap in the comics? Thank you for the 5-layer.
Lame.
Yeah, I heard people
Homelander's
weren't
just
happy
cursed
with
to have a lame end, honestly.
it. Well, that's the disappointing thing about The Boys, is that it has a really
What bugged me
interesting
about the show,
premise.
actually. The show could have literally fixed the ending.
Yeah, and it had a very interesting premise to work with. But no, it just no. They just squandered it, wasted it. Oh, it's autocorrect. Okay. So, what part of... Oh, cry over memes, because his mentality is stronger. So, first of all, where is it even shown that he cries over memes? He didn't cry in Season 2.
No, he was just pissed about it, because the people don't like him.
Yeah, he's just literally crying in Season 5. Which is difficult to take seriously. The tone and everything is still taking it seriously. How is it? It literally says, "I'll suck your dick" in the clip. How is that taking it seriously? Or "I'll eat your own shit"? What? Like that's just joke dialogue.
Dude, they even zoom up to like fucking Butcher. Like even he's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, like they're ridiculing it for laughs at that point. Like that's some MCU humor right there. If it were R-rated. He didn't have a meltdown from 100. Well, he definitely had a meltdown in Season 5, Episode 1. Have you seen the memes? Have you seen the memes about me?
What?
Alright. Yeah, I guess I'll just end it off here in a moment. Yeah, Revolver Snake, I'll get to him soon. He's a very entertaining player in the game. Do you have any idea how Scorpion's origin happens without Jameson funding the experiment? Well, they said Jameson's apparently not gonna be in the movie, so they'll have to figure something out. Yeah, I stopped liking it at the end of Season 3. It was too edgy for my liking. Yeah, around there, it just became just Edgelord shit. All right. Yeah, more stuff coming soon. I'm gonna figure out when to do the Born Again Disagreement Day, Born Again / Punisher One Last Kill, or we'll figure that out. Yeah, nothing else as far as disagreements, so we'll end it off here.